We actually had some pretty good news come out today. Obviously, we'll talk about all the practice reports and who's playing, who's not. First thing is, you actually have some of these names in Los Angeles back at practice. You have DJ Chark, Hayden Hurst, and Quentin Johnston. If some of these depth receivers come in, maybe it makes you a little bit less excited about Ladd McConkey. Really doesn't have a big impact regardless. Dallas Goedert doesn't practice on Wednesday. That does suck. I mean, obviously, Goddard's been dealing with a hamstring now where he's missed 2 weeks. He got injured 3 weeks ago. When Goddard does come back in, we're going to assume that he is a low-end tight end one, but we'd probably be a little bit hesitant to play him his first week back. But honestly, that may not even be this week. Keaton Mitchell looks like he's probably fully back at this point, but at the same time, I don't think that you should bother rostering him because, again, even if you were to get that injury to Derrick Henry, I don't know if you can call him a must-start option. Whittington, there's literally no reason to even think about him. You have Puka and Kupp good to go. Brian Thomas Jr., Travis Etienne, and Gabe Davis all were limited in practice on Wednesday. Very encouraging here for Brian Thomas Jr. I was kind of assuming that he was going to be missing this week. Now, obviously, with Etienne, he did practice in full last Thursday, and he still ended up not playing. So I don't know how much this practice report really matters for Etienne in particular. But yeah, obviously we want to monitor the receivers here. If Thomas does miss and Gabe Davis does play, obviously you have no Kirk. I think Gabe Davis could be someone you look at as a deep flex option. Tony Pollard, Calvin Ridley, and Tyler Boyd all missed practice on Wednesday. This will be something to monitor. Obviously, with Spears is banged up as well, so if Pollard were to miss, it's just RIP Titans. Rigo Dowdle not listed on the injury report for week 9. Dowdle should be good to go if you have him, you play him. Obviously, if you need to. I do think he's the starting running back in Dallas. Let me walk that back. He's not a must-start player by any means. T. Higgins does not practice on Wednesday. From what I've read, it sounds like Higgins should probably be good to go this week, but obviously, you never know with Higgins. Alan Lazard listed as out. Maybe give a slight bump up to Conklin and the other receivers here. Going over to our next thing, Tyrone Tracy doesn't practice Wednesday, which is hilarious, right? Because we go through and talk about selling Tracy on a team that needs wins right now in our sell high video. And you know what the top comment is? The Tracy call couldn't be worse. Tracy was back at practice today. People just love lying in the comments. People love just saying whatever they want. And people read it and go, I guess that's true. I'm telling you right now, Tyrone Tracy doesn't practice Wednesday. Tracy probably will be missing this week. He has the bye week in 2 weeks. So if you're a team that needs wins right now, I wouldn't hate you if you wanted to go out there and pivot off of them. Going over to what we have with our next option. Jacobs going to be good to go for week 9, no hesitation. Amari gets in a limited practice on Wednesday. Will be something to monitor, of course. Metcalf does not practice on Wednesday. He didn't practice at all last week, so I don't know why we keep on getting told that the Seahawks are optimistic. He may play. They have the bye week in week 10. I think Metcalf could very easily miss. Going over to what we have. Yeah, Jacobs didn't practice, but again, Jacob says he's going to be good to go. Jordan Love does not practice on Wednesday. So that is a big update here where if Love does sit, you bench every single pass catcher in Green Bay. If Love sits, you cannot play Reed. You cannot play Dobbs. You cannot play Kraft. The only startable option would be Jacobs. And even in that instance, it's a horrible matchup against the Lions. The Saints, Derek Carr is going to be playing. If you look at sportsbooks right now, they're like 7-point favorites over the Panthers. And then obviously you have to start Chris Olave. Now, Bryce Young's going to start week 9. Canales says he's not committing to Bryce Young after that point. So it's kind of do or die for Young. But I believe Andy Dalton was at practice in full. And yeah, Andy Dalton fully practiced it. But ultimately, if Young is here, probably not super excited about anybody. Leggett would be my bet. I know a lot of people are excited about Jalen Coker. Jalen Coker's not going to be anything. Like, let's be realistic here. It's the worst offense in the NFL. Are we betting on like an UDFA that has shown some cool clips versus the round 1 wide receiver that has also flashed? You would go Leggett over Coker for sure, but still at the same time, it's not like I'm excited about anybody in Carolina outside of maybe Jonathan Brooks. So Jonathan Brooks gets in the full practice on Wednesday. Now, y'all know we've been saying this for about a month. Back when people were screaming at me how good Chuba Hubbard was and how Chuba Hubbard would never leave their team and how Hubbard was going to be great forever. Now, if Jonathan Brooks is back in, Chuba Hubbard is a committee running back in a bad offense. So with that, I would rather have Alexander Madison. Like, you move Chuba Hubbard down even further in the ranks. I think Jonathan Brooks, if he's back, Brooks is my bet to be the RB1 here. While in reality, I think it's a bad offense where it's probably a committee where I'm probably not super excited about either guy. So these are our rest of season rankings. I would not be ranking it this way for this week. I would expect Chuba Hubbard has a larger role than Jonathan Brooks this week and potentially next week. But if we're thinking about the top end range of outcomes for either running back, specifically for weeks 15, 16, 17, for the fantasy football playoff stretch, I do think that Brooks maybe does have that appeal over someone like Kareem Hunt. Well, obviously, Hunt, you're a lot more excited about what you're going to get in the short term. Positive news with Brooks, I think it hurts Hubbard more than it helps Brooks because, again, it is probably just a committee backfield where you can't be super excited about anybody, to be completely honest. And then going through, looking at what we have with any other updates, not necessarily anything that stands out. I mean, Spears, quote unquote, has a good chance to play week 9. Obviously, Spears kind of looked like he may have been playing last week. So I will say if Spears is good to go, however, you don't have Pollard, then Spears is probably a must-start running back at that point because Spears will have receiving usage. Okay. Now, I think that should be it in terms of the news of the day. The main thing is Jonathan Brooks being back, of course. So RIP, anybody who's thinking that Chuba Hubbard is going to be viable here for the long term. But let me submit those rankings on the site and we'll get over. We have a bunch of team reviews that we need to be doing. We have a bunch that we are going to be looking at here on flockfantasy.com, of course. And this is going to be a free Underdog team review. Again, I want to reiterate, if you ever wanted to go through and get a free team review on Underdog, you can go to the link in the live chat that says free team review. Go make a $10 deposit on Underdog Fantasy where you get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you're going to be getting a free CJ Stroud pick, more than less than half a total yard. And on top of that, you'll be getting a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single night. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. But let's go ahead and let's set up. Our next question is going to be coming out from AR15. Says, hey man, doing okay in my league and not sure what direction to take it in order to give me a real chance, if any, in the playoffs. Well, really appreciate you and going to be excited to check this out. This is mixing it up here. This is the 8th team in the league analyzer. This is a 12-team league where you are currently sitting with only 2 wide receivers and 1 flex as your potential starters. So definitely in this format, wide receiver depth isn't going to matter. And when you are rostering wide receiver depth, you're going to be trying to optimize for the upside that you have at wide receiver rather than the floor that you're going to get at the position. So as soon as I pull up this team, I can say, yeah, there are probably some adjustments I want to be making here. Now, first thing is we can point out that we have Allen. Obviously, when we have Allen, he's a quarterback where you don't need a backup. You can just start Josh Allen every single week regardless. Now, of course, Allen has not gone through the bye week yet. Allen does have the bye week in week 12. So if you wanted to roster Geno until week 12, not going to fault you for it. Going over to running back, we have some solid running backs at the top. Obviously, Chuba Hubbard, again, probably is not going to be a viable option going into the future with Brooks coming back in. So we have Mixon, we have Dobbins. Dobbins already threw his bye, Mixon isn't. But regardless, you do have a strong RB1, RB2 combo. The issue is just it's a league in which you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So we would typically want to prioritize around running back depth. Instead, we have a bunch of these receivers that will never hit our starting lineup. Right now, we do take a pretty significant hit with the Deontay Johnson trade, making it where Zay Flowers obviously is a lot less appealing. But if you're looking at what we have at wide receiver, we have, say, Neighbors, Metcalf, who we can start every single week. And Oliver, if you're having an issue with your voucher, please email mason.at.flockfantasy.com. I can't help you out in the live stream right now. But anyway, looking at Neighbors, locked and loaded wide receiver 1 every single week. The only issue that you could potentially have is limited touchdown upside just because it's a bad offense. Zay Flowers was a really strong option there as your wide receiver 3 behind Metcalf. But post Deontay trade, it does look a lot tougher to go through and get excited about Zay Flowers as a third option. Keon gives you some upside. I'm fine with us going through and rostering guys like Cedric Tillman as well. My thing is, when we go deeper than this, in what world do you ever start a player like Ray McCloud? If you're looking at Ray McCloud, you are much better off chasing a running back off the waiver wire that's potentially an injury away from seeing a role. You're much better off going and looking at a wide receiver that is young, talented, and continue to improve. So I would immediately drop Ray McCloud. I would pick up Rome Odunze. I would also follow this up by dropping, honestly, probably the combo of Adam Thielen as well as Wan'Dale Robinson. Just because realistically speaking, I don't know what the upside is for the receivers in really bad offenses like this. And if it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, simply I don't think we should be going for the floor. I think we should be going for the ceiling. So what I would rather have here is I would prioritize going through and seeing if we can maybe instead drop Thielen, drop Wan'Dale, pivot over to Roshan, pivot over to Trey Benson, get the running backs that are injuries away from having a pretty significant difference being made inside your starting lineup. They can turn into really strong flex plays where the very best, what's Adam Thielen in this offense? A wide receiver 3. And you can always find wide receiver 3 production off the waiver wire. So yeah, again, I would drop the bottom 3 rostered receivers that you have here with Wan'Dale, Thielen, Ray McCloud. I'd pick up Rome Odunze, top 10 NFL draft pick, attached to Caleb, who can continue to improve. I would also pick up a couple of the running backs that are an injury away from seeing a pretty significant difference. Somebody like Roshan Johnson, who could step into a 3-down workload if Swift were to go down. And then going over to tight end, I know Jonnu Smith maybe looks a little more appealing now that you have, I don't know, Tua back in. I still don't know if I'm excited about Jonnu. At the absolute best, you're the 4th option in this offense. Probably lower than that as well. It's not like he's playing every single snap either. Like, I'd probably drop Jonnu. I'd go pick up somebody like Gesicki. Maybe go pick up somebody like Conklin. And then in terms of trades, based off the DK injury, based off Flowers losing a decent amount of value, I don't know if there is like a trade that stands out that'd be easy to make. I definitely want to make all those waiver wire pivots that we talked about. I mean, if you could find a sucker in your league that doesn't pay attention to any news, and we could go through and we could sell them Chuba Hubbard and Zay Flowers to go get a 2-for-1 upgrade, either at wide receiver or running back. I mean, that would be a no-brainer. But the thing is, again, you would have to find a sucker. I don't know if that's possible in the league that you play in. So I think the roster's solid. I just think we're rostering too many receivers, not enough running backs. And again, like I said, I would prefer to pivot off of the bottom 3 receivers that we have on the team and the backup tight end, pick up those different waiver wire options. But I really appreciate you. I really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. Again, if there's anything else I can do for you, don't hesitate to reach out to me and let me know. But yeah, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. I hope I was able to help you out. Now, nkresin coming out with another free Underdog team review says, hey Mason, just subscribe to the site. Thank you, my guy. Enjoy the vibes. I'm 3-5 and recently traded Allen for Cup and Olave. Looking for any ways to improve the team. Open to any changes. Thanks. Thank you. So this is a very unique kind of team. This is an 8-team format where you only start 2 wide receivers in a flex. So in an 8-team league, when you only start 2 receivers in a flex, you are highly incentivized to go out there and sell wide receiver depth and get an upgrade inside the starting lineup. Like Chris Olave is a perfect example of a player that in a 12-team format, I couldn't be more excited to go out there and trade for. However, an 8-team league, here what we're starting at running back, the combo of Bijan Brees. Wide receiver, we start Neighbors Cup. What's the real difference between putting Olave in the flex spot versus Dobbins versus Terry versus Waddle? You'll always have 1,000 of these different options that you could go ahead and look at. So the clear path for us to improve this team is by going through and trying to sell a wide receiver depth piece to go get an upgrade inside the starting lineup. Now, we have an incredibly strong team where we're currently sitting here with the second best team in the league, according to the league analyzer. We have an elite quarterback with Daniels, which obviously allowed us to go through and trade away Josh Allen. I think that Allen deal made a lot of sense for your team. Going over to what we have at running back, I think at this point, you can probably safely drop Chuba and go out and instead pick up Tyrone Tracy. Just because we got the news that Brooks is back practicing in full. Obviously, he's been practicing for a couple weeks now. So with that in mind, I don't see a real path for Chuba Hubbard to be a startable running back for us going into the future, especially when you already had Miles Sanders kind of getting involved this past week. So I would drop Hubbard. I would be picking up Tyrone Tracy. Going down to wide receiver, I think you have to sell wide receiver depth pieces to go try to find an upgrade elsewhere. We can do this in a couple different ways. One, I think the easiest, I don't want to say the easiest, but the no-brainer move, if possible, it's just going to be difficult to do it, is by making a 2-for-1 deal where we consolidate some of the wide receivers, and you maybe go ahead and you trade, say, like Terry McLaurin and Jalen Waddle to just go get a better wide receiver for the flex spot. I mean, it doesn't even have to be a massive upgrade there. Or maybe you go ahead and trade, say, the combo of Chris Olave and Terry McLaurin and just go get somebody like Puka Nacua. Going, okay, well, I'm probably not starting Olave or McLaurin anyway, so it doesn't really matter. That would be the move that I would be looking to make, trying to consolidate those two receivers into just somebody that's a little more exciting at the wide receiver position. Another idea of what you could look to do is sell one of the wide receiver depth pieces, whether that's Olave, McLaurin, Waddle, really whoever somebody's going to be most excited about. With David Njoku, I mean, does look to be a really strong tight end option at this point based off the play that you're getting from Winston and the role that he has in this offense with no Amari. But, I mean, if you could pivot over to a tight end like Bowers, if you could pivot over to a tight end like Kittle, I mean, I think it would make sense, and I'd be willing to overpay for it in an 8-team league where we just have more than enough wide receiver depth currently. So, I mean, if you could go through and if you could trade, like, say, Waddle and Njoku to go get Bowers, or even Terry and Njoku to go get Bowers, I think that's a no-brainer move once you add in Cooper Kupp and Chris Olave. And fundamentally, those guys down there on your bench at wide receiver can never really hit the starting lineup now. Another possibility, of course, is just going through and seeing if you can sell, say, like Jalen Waddle and J.K. Dobbins and go get a better running back for that potential flex. Go get somebody in the Jonathan Taylor range, the Devon Achane range. I mean, any move that you can make like that is an absolute no-brainer for your roster, especially because we can go over to the waiver wire and go, okay, well, I just made a 2-for-1 deal. Let me pick up Tank Bigsby for free. Where now, obviously, we're kind of limited in the amount of pickups that we can have off waivers just because the options that we have on our roster itself are really strong to begin with. But I would go through and I would drop Chuba before or after, regardless of what it is, to go through and try to make some of those pivots, specifically selling wide receiver depth options. And again, I do want to reiterate that it's a great team. It's just a team where the wide receiver depth simply doesn't matter. But I really appreciate you, and thank you so much for being a member of the flock. Now, Claut coming out with our next team says currently in 5th place, 7 teams make the playoffs. That's very interesting. 3rd highest tiebreaker right now. Most of the roster still has a bye week left. What moves should we be looking to make? League can be tough to get deals done. Well, first thing is we are currently sitting at the number 1 spot in the league analyzer, so we should have a tremendous amount of value on this roster. Now, it's a pretty even league. It seems like most people know what they are doing, but we are 3-5. It looks like we just dealt with a pretty significant injury to Nico Collins. We dealt with an additional injury to Deebo Samuel. So I think the team actually should be much better going into the future than what it has been. Starting off at quarterback, we have Kyler. Am I going to sit here and act like Kyler Murray is the best QB ever? No, but Kyler Murray is still, I've been a quarterback that in a 12-team league, I've used a mid QB1 and somebody that you can start every single week, regardless of the matchup, based off the fact that even when he disappoints as a passer, you're still going to get the rushing upside, of course. Now, going over to what you have at running back, we are rolling with Brees, extremely strong option at RB1. We have Montgomery, incredible option here at RB2. Jordan Mason gets the hit where now all of a sudden, I mean, it is very difficult to project out Mason in the long term with Mason's shoulder injury, plus the fact that McCaffrey may be back after the bye. But we do have Dowdle stepping in as a running back depth piece. You have Algier as the premium handcuff where Bijan were to go down. Algier turns into a league winner. And looking at the options on the waiver wire at running back, it is extremely thin. Like, I don't necessarily see any clear pivots that we could make. Now, going over to what we have at wide receiver. We're currently sitting with Nico Collins. So a wide receiver that if we can get to the playoffs, should be a player that, I mean, potentially in those final 3 weeks, especially with no Stephon Diggs now, is the number 1, is the number 2 option for his team. I'm sorry, not for his team, in fantasy football in general. I wouldn't be surprised at all if in weeks 15, 16, 17, Nico Collins is the wide receiver 1 overall. We have London, who looks like he's an extremely strong wide receiver 1 option. We have Debo, looks like he's a very strong wide receiver 1 option. We have Brian Thomas Jr., looks like he can be a wide receiver 1 if fully healthy. So, I mean, this is a team that is in a really awkward spot in that we just have so much value here at wide receiver. But Nico's hurt. Debo was hurt. Now on bye. Brian Thomas Jr. is hurt. So, in reality, where we appear to have extra wide receiver production on paper, you actually need this depth. Like, it's not like I can say, oh, okay, yeah, we can go ahead and we can try to see what we can get for Jackson Smith and Jigba. It's a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. No, you actually can't do that. We need to instead be optimizing how we can get points in this starting lineup right now with some of these deeper wide receivers, considering the fact that all our top guys are currently injured. Going over to what we have at tight ends, we are in a spot where, I don't know, we have Kraft absolutely balling, but at the same time, you now have the Jordan Love injury. Kraft's had 5 touchdowns, the last 25 targets. It's not going to be sustainable. That will come back down to earth. So, for me, I would like to sell Kraft. The thing is, we don't have another viable tight ends. Looking at options on waivers, like, there are no waiver wire tight ends that are appealing at all either. The waiver wires, it just looks like this is a league where people know what they're doing. What you may end up having to do with this team, which I'm not a big fan of, is if Brian Thomas Jr. looks like he's going to miss some time. He was at practice today, so it sounds like Brian Thomas Jr. may legitimately be day-to-day, and it sounds like he may legitimately be playing this week, which is if that's the case, you don't change anything here. You're rolling as is, because we can start London, Brian Thomas Jr. this week at receiver, Brees, Montgomery at running back, throw in either JSN or Dowdle in the flex, and then next week you get back both the combo of Nico and Debo, and then at that point you can maybe turn around and try to pivot off of a wide receiver like Jackson Smith and Jigba and a 2-for-1 deal maybe with Tucker Kraft to go try to get an upgrade at tight ends, or in a 2-for-1 deal with Kyler Murray to try to go get to the top end quarterback tier. I think that would be very interesting. Trying to think if there's anything else that we could potentially say here with this. I think that you're just in a situation in which we have too many wide receiver injuries to make a trade right now, especially in a league that appears that everybody's on top of it. Everybody knows what they're doing. There aren't any interesting waiver wire pickups to be had. So I think you're kind of just sitting here on your hands waiting for our wide receivers to come back and be healthy. But when that does happen, I mean, I think you're in a really good spot where at that point you could potentially afford to go ahead and trade one of the wide receiver depth pieces to go try to get an upgrade inside the starting lineup. It's just a little bit too early to look to do so right now. But I really do appreciate you. I really wish I had something else for you with this team. The only thing else I could say is, I mean, maybe if you could pivot from Nico Collins to a receiver like A.J. Brown, that's already through the bye week, that is fully healthy. Even if we love the upside that you have with Nico rest of season, if you are 3-5 and we are trying to optimize for points right this second, I think that is something we can explore. I just hate saying that because last thing I want you to do is go out there and sell him low and move him for like Chris Olave. So I really appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this, my friend. But again, thank you for being a member of the flock and really do appreciate you. Now, moving this over to Bambo. For whatever reason, this isn't loading right now. I'm super sorry, my friend. We are going to have to skip by this for just 1 second. Hopefully, next time we get on it, it will load. Manny coming out says, playoff-wise, should we do this or wait 1 to 2 weeks? Going from Love to Kyler, give me Love. Achan to Puka, up to you. Reed to Connor, up to you. And I'd rather just probably have the Packers side if we're thinking for the playoffs. As if we're thinking for the playoffs, obviously expectation is that, I mean, Jordan Love is 100% healthy. Reed is a must-start wide receiver 2. Achan is a running back 1 that you can start every single week. So, yeah, if we're thinking playoffs, I'd probably go with the Packers side. Now, McCullum coming out with our next team. Really appreciate you. Let me hook you up with both a free trade question as well as a free start sit question, my guy. Says, hey, Mason, mid-season review, full BBR. How am I projected for rest of season? Thoughts on any trades I should be pursuing in the packages I should send for an RB1? Thoughts on Tyreek rest of season? Any waiver ads you'd consider on my bench? Thanks, man. Always appreciate the videos and reviews. No, thank you so much, of course, for being a member of the flock, hanging out with us so many nights. But looking at this, team is Mr. Fets. So we are currently sitting number 3 in the league analyzer. It is a relatively even league. I mean, it seems like everybody's kind of on top of their game here. It is a team where we are 5-3, so we are more so playoff bound. And it's a shallower format where there are only 10 teams and you start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. So here, looking at this, starting off at quarterback, we are rolling with Stroud. It's difficult to be super excited about Stroud at the moment. And that if you are looking at the injuries that we have in Houston, I don't know. I currently rank CJ Stroud as like a QB2 this week. Rest of season, I still give him the benefit of the doubt when we get Nico Collins back in. But I wouldn't mind at all if you wanted to go pick up like Kirk Cousins to play Cousins this week, to be honest. Now, the issue is like, who could we potentially go ahead and drop? Because right now, the worst player on this team is Juwan Jennings. I don't want to drop Jennings. And honestly, we probably have to, just because you have Tyrone Tracy out there on the waiver wire. So with Tracy on waivers, I would drop Jennings to pick him up. And then you have Jacobs, Jones, Bigsby, Jordan Mason, and Tyrone Tracy rest of season. I mean, you'd have a really nice combo of running back 1 production at the top with depth mixed in throughout as well. I would prioritize running back depth over wide receiver depth in a league in which you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. We have Tyreek, St. Brown at the very top, both already through their bye weeks as well. So, I mean, this is just one thing to think about, of course, is like in a format like yours, where we have Tyreek, St. Brown already through their buys. We have Garrett Wilson as our wide receiver 3. We have Brian Thomas Jr. as our wide receiver 4. Presumably, when could you ever go through and start a player like Jennings? Where I realistically could see a path for you to actually look at Tyrone Tracy getting into your lineup. Especially if Tracy's back in week 10, so is ETN, so Bigsby's not viable, so CMC, so Mason's not viable. And we have Josh Jacobs on the bye. So yeah, for me, I would drop Jennings. I'd pick up Tracy. And honestly, I'd take it one step further here with your format in particular with wide receiver depth, where if you could go through and if you could potentially maybe move off of one of the depth names. I know you're not going to get anything for Dell. I know you're not going to get anything for Worthy. But I mean, if you could potentially sell somebody that is exciting like Garrett Wilson that we don't particularly need, because in the long term, we have Brian Thomas Jr. as well that we could slide into that flex. And if you could potentially sell them and CJ Stroud to get to an elite level quarterback, I think that'd make a lot of sense. Obviously, we need to try to find a team that could potentially use some help at wide receiver. I mean, this team here has the Evans injury. They're starting Downs, Hopkins potentially this week. While they don't have the elite level quarterback, I mean, I actually think that you could go out there and you could quote unquote overpay for the top end tight ends. Like one thing that I think you could consider doing here is sending this team, especially as they have Cade Otton already. If you wanted to try to trade them Garrett Wilson and Tucker Kraft to get in George Kittle, who could presumably be the tight end one. I'm sorry, he is the tight end one rest of season, but be leaps and bounds better given the fact that you have no Brandon Ayuk here for the Niners. I think that would be a very interesting pivot. Seeing if there's anything else that you could potentially do. I mean, you also have guys like Dallas Goedert down there on the waiver wire, right? So, I mean, I think you're in a situation in which tight end depth would be hard to come by. And obviously one of the concerns that you've historically had with what you have specifically with the Kittle profile is injuries. But even if Kittle were to go down, we would still have Laporta. So I think you can take on that risk and go for the upside in an offense with no Ayuk. And then again, I would like the idea of potentially going ahead and seeing if we can get that top end quarterback. That team didn't have a quarterback that we could look at. This team has Lamar. Their wide receiver room's Adams, Smith, Ridley. I don't know how excited they would be to trade Lamar, but I mean, if you could send Garrett Wilson and CJ Stroud to get to Lamar, I think it'd be a no-brainer for you. This team doesn't have one of the top end quarterbacks. This team has both Daniels and Josh Allen. I mean, right now their wide receiver one presumably is Marvin Harrison Jr. So, I mean, if you could go ahead and if you could send, say, Wilson and Stroud and get either Daniels or Allen, I would just literally tell them like, hey, you can keep the guy you want. I'll take either one. If that's more likely to get that deal done, I would love to do that. So again, I want to reiterate, we're dropping Jennings. We're picking up Tracy. We are trying to sell the receiver like Garrett Wilson or Brian Thomas Jr., who they're more excited about, with either Tucker Kraft for an elite tight end like Kittle, or with CJ Stroud for an elite quarterback like Daniels, Allen, or Lamar, specifically here in this 10-team league where you only start 2 receivers in a flex. But I really appreciate you hanging out with us in so many streams so far this season, my guy. Like I said, I did hook you up with both the free start sit question as well as the free trade question. So if you have anything else that you want to send my way about this team, don't hesitate to. I'd be super happy to help you out in any way that I can. But thank you again. I really appreciate you and really hope we get to see you out in a live stream sometime soon. And real quick, I know we're about to run through a bunch of start sit and trade questions. If anybody thinks like, oh, Mason, the link that the site sent to me is on the wrong timestamp, it's on the wrong question. I accidentally started the live stream late on the site. So the link that you're going to get is 6 minutes behind your question getting answered. So you can just skip a little bit ahead and your question should be there. But D White coming out with a start sit question. Here for the flex, we are going to go ahead and I'm assuming we have no Tracy this week. We have Mason on the bye. Amari a little banged up with the wrist. I still go with Amari. Oh, dear God. Do I go Cade Otton or do I go Tillman? I want to go Cade Otton, but it's just always a horrible spot to take the tight end in your flex. Tillman's higher, lower 45.5 receiving yards. I'd go Tillman over at McMillan. Can y'all spam the chat. Would y'all rather have Cade Otton against the Chiefs or Cedric Tillman against the Chargers? Otton or Tillman? Please let me know what direction you're going in. Please let me know. Bam says, hey, Mason, do you think mine isn't loading because my team? My guy, I think it will load in a second. It shouldn't be the waiver wire move thing. What it most likely is your team a Yahoo league? If your team's a Yahoo league, Yahoo's probably limiting us because we've hit them too much. Tillman, Otton, Tillman, Otton, Otton. It looks like everybody's Cade Otton. I'll go Cade Otton. My only hesitation with this is, believe it or not, you actually have the Bucs projected out as a bottom 5 team in the NFL. I'm sorry, a bottom 5 offense in the NFL this week with a really tough matchup against the Chiefs. So I love Cade Otton at tight end, but obviously a lot less excited about him at the flex. And yeah, Bam, so next time I get to your team, it should load. I'm sorry, but for whatever reason, sometimes if we're loading too many Yahoo teams at once, Yahoo will block us for a second thinking we're spamming them. Now, Michael coming out with our next question says, also offer Dobbins instead of Reed. As it stands here, I'd rather have Kenneth Walker. This is a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. Who do we have at receiver? I mean, we need a wide receiver, so this does make sense. We're starting Waddle and presumably Darnell Mooney this week when we have no Nico Collins. I would do this if Brian Thomas Jr. was labeled good to go, but I do want to reiterate, it's a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So in this kind of league, very rarely am I ever going to think that it's an okay idea to go through and give up the best player like we are here with Kenneth Walker. I do think that Kenneth Walker is a locked and loaded top 10-ish running back rest of season. Realistically, if we were to go through and redraft today, I think Walker would presumably go at the very beginning of round 2. So in general, I don't love selling Walker, but with how needy you are at wide receiver, I understand doing it. Now, Michael coming out with our next trade question. This is Walker versus Dobbins, and there's no way. Okay, no. Michael was just asking us both ways. So we already just went through and answered this. And yeah, I think I would probably prefer this one over the Reed one, specifically in your league format. Now, Nizik coming out with our next one. This is for the flexes. So right now, I'm kind of assuming that we are probably not going to have Jordan Love playing this week. I mean, Love missed practice. Jacobs missed practice as well, but Jacobs said he's going to be good to go. It's a horrible matchup, so I'd like to avoid it if we can. And you know what? Maybe we can. This is a nutso team. We have Puka Nacua in one of the flex spots. The other flex spot really is going to come down to Jacobs, Dell, Brian Thomas Jr. I think you probably go ahead and take Josh Jacobs if Jordan Love plays. If Jordan Love does not play, however, then at that point, I think you pivot over to more likely than not Brian Thomas Jr. And if Love doesn't play, Brian Thomas Jr. doesn't play, then you may still end up having to go with Josh Jacobs because Tank Dell would have already played at that point. Okay. Now, our next question coming up from Soggy Potato says, have strong running backs by rankings, just not sure for week 9. We're going to go Allen over Baker, not even remotely close. Oh, dear God. We're going to go Brees here, and then we better be able to get, we're going to go with Smith over a banged up Brian Thomas Jr. I'm going to go with Gibbs here at the flex, and we will bench JT. Obviously, nothing against Jonathan Taylor here. Just if we were comparing him to Jahmyr Gibbs, it is a really tough matchup going up against the Vikings. But ASM coming out with a team review, say Tipsy Management says, with your help, I built a good team, but I'm still 3-5 somehow. Any suggestions ahead of the trade window closing November 7th? Can y'all please spam the chat real quick and help me know this? Because I need to figure out when we're going to stop making the buy low, sell high videos. When is the trade deadline in your leagues? If you know what week the trade deadline is, that would be very useful. But anyway, this is one, I want to thank you. Thank you for taking advantage of that Underdog offer for the free team review. And two, I'm about to owe you a massive apology in that I am not going to be able to say anything with this team. According to the league analyzer, we almost have double the value on our roster in comparison to the second best team in this league. This is, before we even look at it, I know a juggernaut squad. But let's see, we got week 10, week 14, week 12, November 13th. So in 2 weeks, week 11, week 12, week 13. About 2 weeks. So we'll probably do the buy low, sell high videos in weeks 10 and 11. Yeah, because right now is week 9, if we can remember things. We'll probably do the buy low, sell high videos for another 2 weeks. And then we will be probably done with it. But anyway, Tipsy Management, let's check it out. We are 3-5, God knows how. Because you look at this roster, we have Jaden Daniels at quarterback. So we have an elite QB1 that you can start every single week, regardless of the matchup. We have Jordan Love here, just for the hell of it. Obviously, the first thing I'm going to say is if you could find somebody that really needs some quarterback help and send them Jordan Love and go get an upgrade elsewhere, we would look to do just that. Now, the issue with that is Jordan Love's banged up. So realistically speaking, I don't know who's going to be going out there and trading for Jordan Love right now. Going over to running back, we have 2 top 10 running backs rest of season. We have Breece Hall as well as Saquon Barkley. In my mind, Barkley is the best asset in fantasy. We have Ramondre Stevenson here as RB3. So, I mean, just a depth piece. That's kind of whatever. It's still a league where you can start up to 4 wide receivers weekly. So maybe the depth does matter a little bit more. Going over to wide receivers. So I think we can say this is why this team's currently 3-5. I mean, you're looking at us sitting with Tyreek, who was not viable with the Tua injury for quite some time. We obviously had the Cup injury as well. We had the Olave injury. We've dealt with Higgins injuries. So the issue with your roster in terms of the record is not necessarily that we've just been getting unlucky with matchups. It's just we've been getting unlucky with injuries. But now Tua's back in. Cup's back in. So we have 3 wide receiver 1s on this roster. Chris Olave is our wide receiver 4. We have Higgins as well. It's an absurd wide receiver room going over to tight end. We have the elite tight end with Kelsey. I hate to say it. There's nothing really this team needs to do. If there's anything that this team can do, it's look at the bottom end of the roster and look at guys like Ricky Pearsall, Cedric Tillman, and go, okay, there's no world in which I would ever start any of these guys with how strong our team is. Realistically speaking, there are probably other people in our league that could go out there and look to start them. So, I mean, if you wanted to go ahead and maybe I don't know, sell Tillman and Ramondre Stevenson to try to get a running back upgrade. Kelsey's already through the bye. If you wanted to sell maybe Kraft and Ramondre to try to go get a running back upgrade, I think that those are the moves that you would look to make. Now, obviously, with that being said, it's much easier said than done. especially because what I have found is in leagues like this, where you have by far and away the best team, people are going to just inherently be less likely to make moves with you. So I think it may be a spot where people are probably very hesitant to go ahead and give you a better running back for Ramondre Stevenson. But I really appreciate you. I really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. Again, absurd team. By far and away the best team in the league. You've just been very unlucky with wide receiver injuries. Even if you were to sit on your hands and do just absolutely nothing going into the future, I think that you are going to be much, much better. But I really appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way here. Now, Exceed ZMLG coming out with our next start set question. We play Waddle. I mean, with Waddle, I'm definitely lowering my expectations compared to where they were. Like, I thought Waddle was just an absolute must-start option as soon as you got Tua back in. I mean, freaking, it looks like I was just wrong. Looks like Waddle's not like a high-end wide receiver 2 with Tua. Looks like Waddle may be a low-end wide receiver 2 with volatility. Going over to what we have in the flex. You have no Jennings. If Higgins plays, you go T. Higgins. If you have no Higgins, you go Ramondre Stevenson. Obviously, Ramondre gets there this past week, and it looks like any game where the Patriots win, maybe Ramondre is going to find himself some success. But if you're looking at projections this week, right now, sportsbooks are projecting out the Patriots to be the worst offense in the NFL. So I don't know how excited I am for it. Now, let's move this over to our next question. This is going to be one of those free Underdog team reviews. Cole says, I use code FLOCK on Underdog. How do I get the free review? So all you do is you go as if you were going to ask a regular question on flockfantasy.com. You hit the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. There you can see the super message, start sit question, trade question, and team review options. You go ahead with a team review. You go through that process. So I'm going to go ahead and hit the Flock League. I'll hit continue and we'll say, oh, okay, my team is, where is it? Fight for Freedom. This is my squad. You hit continue. And then you go ahead, and once you get to this page, it will say $0 next to my name if you have that free voucher. And you can go ahead and submit your team for free to me there, my friend. But again, you can also read in the description for more information about that. There are like 3 little steps to get that free team review. But obviously, if you have not already taken advantage of that Underdog offer and you wanted a free team review in the live stream we're doing every night, you can go ahead and find the link to Underdog Fantasy in the live chat that says free team review. If you go ahead and deposit $10 on Underdog with promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you'll be getting that free CJ Stroud pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tomorrow night. And that free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single night. And Cole, if you're having any additional info, you waited a day for a voucher to be applied, then please go ahead and shoot me an email, mason.flockfantasy.com. Obviously, if you read the description, if you just signed up right this second, you're going to have to wait a little bit of time for your voucher to get applied, my guy. Michael says, can I pay to ask a question on here? You can pay to ask. Yeah. I mean, all the questions that get asked on flockfantasy.com, specifically to me with that expert advice thing, get answered on the live stream. So yeah, just go with the link in the live chat that says ask a question here. And even if you are not in the live stream, you still get a link sent to you through the site with the timestamp of exactly when your question was answered in the stream. So you don't have to be in the live stream to get your question answered. James says 7-1, but I worry about my depth. I currently have a treat out giving away Brown, a trade out. Okay, I was a little confused. Giving away Brown and McMillan for Nico Collins and Higgins. So I'm assuming that's A.J. Brown. McMillan's almost a 0. So going from A.J. Brown to Nico on a 7-1 roster, I think you can make an argument that Nico actually has more points per game rest of season. For me, I would more likely than not want to go ahead and take A.J. Brown just because you're going to get the 2 extra games played. But on a 7-1 team, it's not a super big deal there. And then if you're getting Higgins for effectively free, I think it probably does make sense to make that 2-for-1 pivot. Now let's move this over to our next question. This is because of my A-chance. We are currently sitting at 6th in the league analyzer in a 14-team format. So the depth actually does matter a considerable amount. The waiver wire options should be very bad. And you can see that right now as soon as we pull this up. The issue with making this is we have Mike Evans. So, I mean, we would effectively be signing up for the guaranteed L this week. But even then, you're falling to 7-2. And also, you may get Higgins back this week. We don't know. So, I'd still go ahead and I'd make that A.J. Brown trade. Because then rest of season, we're looking at, say, at wide receiver, Nico Collins, Mike Evans, T. Higgins, all 3 of whom we start every single week, wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2, and the flex. It would just be a straight up cheat code specifically in a 14-team format to be able to do that. Looking at quarterback, we have Darnold and Tua, obviously not that strong, but I mean, perfectly fine quarterback room where we can just play the matchups between them weekly and go back and forth. Darnold may even be better now that you get TJ Hawkinson added in as well. Going over to what we have at running back, we have 2 RB1s with Achane and Taylor. I would love this running back room, even if it was a 12-team league. I would like it, even if it was a 10-team format. For you to have it in a 14-team league is insane. We have Dowdle as a quality depth piece. We have these guys that are an injury away from making a pretty big difference, such as Roshan, Braylon Allen, maybe even Isaac Garindo. Going over to wide receiver, I think it does make sense. Let's go ahead and let's make that trade for both the combo of Nico Collins and T. Higgins, because I think T. Higgins would make a very big difference for this team in the long haul. Obviously, in the short term, you'll be in a very difficult position. You probably will be outgunned by the other teams in your league. But at the same time, I think you're in a situation in which you can afford to go through and make that move because we are 7-1, as we already mentioned. And then going over to tight end, we are currently sitting with Ferguson and Zach Ertz. I think that you can definitely roster 2 tight ends here because the thing is I can't go, oh, you got to drop Zach Ertz for whatever reason because, like, who are you picking up off the waiver wire? Is it that important to get Trey Benson added in here? Is it that important to get Jalen Tolbert? Probably not. So I like the team. I agree on a team where we are 7-1. We want to be going through and we want to be making those trades to optimize the long-term upside rather than the short-term production. I think you're doing just that by you going out there and making that deal specifically for Nico and Higgins. So let's make that trade. I really do like it. I really appreciate you being a member of the flock here as well. I wish that I had more for you, but obviously we're absolutely crushing this where we're 7-1. We're already making probably the best trade that this team can be at the moment. Now let's move this over to our next question. This was coming out from NM6XC. Coming out with another free Underdog team review. Appreciate you. Says we can keep 2 players. I can't keep Tyreek, or Kyron. Right now, Bucky, Braylon, Tracy, Dobbins, Swift, Xavier have late draft value. Was 1-5, now 3-5, and still in it. We dropped Andrews, A-Rich, Ridley, and Hopkins early. Being offered Pickens for Bucky, but I don't love it. Worthy on the block. Well, first thing is, yeah, I mean, somebody like Pickens isn't going to make a super big deal in this league in particular. This is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format in which the wide receiver depth doesn't really matter, and instead we are chasing the highest ceiling you could possibly get in your starting lineup. I mean, if Rachaad White were to go down with an injury, then at that point, more likely than not, you are viewing what you have specifically with Bucky as a league-winning player. So pulling this up, we are currently rolling with Stafford at quarterback as the streamer this week. For me, I'm completely fine with that. It's a decent matchup here going up against Seattle. I will say in the long haul here, after we get past the Brock Purdy bye week, I would probably want to go ahead and I'd want to drop Stafford and pick up Brock Purdy off the waiver wire. Maybe I'm a little bit biased for what Purdy did with us, for us this past week. But still, nonetheless, you do have some rushing upside, and it does consistently project out to be one of the highest scoring offenses in the league. And more importantly, he's just going to run the ball so much more than Stafford will. I'm going over to running back. We're crushing, right? We have Kyron, we have Dobbins, we have Swift, we have Tracy, we have Bucky, so we have plenty of running back depth. Something I would look to do for your roster, we talked about this exact thing in the video today. On a 3-5 team, where we are looking at a roster that needs to optimize to try to win right now, I think you are in a really good spot to go through and see what we can get for Tyrone Tracy. I know you may say, well, Mason, it's a keeper league. Don't we want to take that into account? The reality is, if it is a league where you only keep 2 players, you are always going to have 2 guys that are worthy of being kept. You are always going to be looking at 2 options that you can find some excitement with. So I'm never sitting here going like, oh no, I need to keep Tyrone Tracy because he's going to be one of my keepers in 2025. So on a 3-5 roster where we just kind of want to treat this as if it's a redraft league, where Tracy's presumably missing this week with a concussion. You have the bye week where he's for sure missing in week 11. We don't need the running back depth ourselves because we are extremely strong, but we do need some short-term production in here. I would love to try to sell Tracy with either Kraft to go get an upgrade at tight ends, because if you are looking at Tucker Kraft, this is a tight end in which, he's been crushing, but a lot of that's just been based off what you have specifically with the touchdown rate, where you've had 5 touchdowns over the past 25 targets. Realistically speaking, that'd probably be extremely difficult to project going into the future. Wide receiver, we're just fine, right? We're chilling with Tyreek, Smith, Pittman, Dobbs, Legette. I don't really see a reason to make any dramatic adjustments here. I just think the main thing that I would look to do is, if possible, go through and trade one of the depth running backs like Tracy and see if you'd be able to send him and Kraft and go get the true elite level tight end. See if you could send him and Stafford and go get a top end quarterback. Because I think you can afford it. And honestly, I think it would help this team out a considerable amount, specifically in a league where you start only 2 receivers and 1 flex. So in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, quarterback, tight end are going to make up a pretty high percentage of our starting lineup output weekly. But I really appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. But let's move this over to our next question. This one coming out from Morgan says, I'm 3-5 and I'm starting Hunt. If I trade him, we would have Dobbins, Gibbs, and Mixon left. This is 100% worth it. Even on a 3-5 roster, typically 3-5 team, I'd say, you know what, probably makes more sense for us to keep Kareem Hunt, think about short-term production rather than the long-term where potentially you have Pacheco coming back in. But I mean, here you have plenty of running back production already. I think Deebo Samuel is just a significantly better long-term play than Kareem Hunt with the Ayuk injury. No brainer. Now, Travis coming out with our next question says, 10-team, 3 wide receiver double flex. We're currently 4-4, and we were offered this. This is a league where depth does matter a considerable amount. Honestly, I'm probably going to roll with the combo of Bucky Irving and Brian Robinson. I wouldn't fault you at all if you want to do this. I understand wide receiver depth matters a lot more in this format than it would in like a 12-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. But with that being said, also running back depth matters a ton here. I mean, you presumably can throw out somebody like Bucky Irving into a flex spot in this league. See, I think I probably go ahead and roll with the RBs here, to be honest. Now, Edward coming out with our next question. This is Stevenson and Deebo versus Adams, Evans, Hawkinson. So Deebo versus Evans, in my mind, that's a downgrade with the Evans injuries. You're going to have Evans. You're not going to have Evans for another 3 weeks, more likely, but you are getting Devontae Adams, and I think that's an upgrade from Ramondre. You're getting Hawkinson for free. Here at running back, we have CMC, Tracy, Sharp, Saquon. Okay, if we have Saquon, and yeah, wide receiver, it actually looks like it's a league where we can start 4 of them weekly. We are going to go ahead. We're going to take the Evans, Adams, and Hawks side. Now, Scotty coming out and says, I am stacked at running back with Bijan, Gibbs, Achane, and Jones, and need a number 1 in a shallow league. Okay. So I will say in a vacuum, I would rather have Jahmyr Gibbs over Nico Collins. You obviously have no Nico Collins this week. You're also not going to have Nico Collins in week 14 either, where Gibbs is already through his respective bye. Now, with that being said, if this is a format that is shallow enough where, I mean, at running back, you have Achane, Gibbs, Bijan, and Aaron Jones. I think you could justify it. Is this the most exciting deal in the world? Definitely not. I would rather have Gibbs. I think honest, but it is your last week if you wanted to make this deal. But Jonathan coming out with our next question. Okay, we're just crushing this league. We can see this immediately. It says, made some great trades after starting at 1 and 2. And now we have the best team and currently in second place. What moves should we make for the playoff schedule? Also, we have 3 wide receivers on bye in week 12 against the first place team. Thank you so much. Thank you. To be honest with you, I'm not super concerned about that. This is a team where I can see immediately, based off the league analyzer, that we should be the favorite to win this league. We are really just thinking about playoffs, and not nearly as concerned about what you're going to have for, I mean, a random week 12 matchup that maybe is just for some bragging rights here. But we are the number 1 team in the league analyzer, and it's not close. And also, the other team in this league that's 8-0, that's number 2 in the league analyzer, they're 8-0, right? We're not going to be able to get the top slot from them anyway. I mean, it'd be very difficult to assume that we're going to be able to take over first place going into the playoffs. But it's a 10-team league where you only start 2 receivers in a flex. So options on the waiver wire should be pretty damn strong. Not only should options on waivers be strong, but at the same time, we should not really worry too much about wide receiver depth. Now, looking at the team, we have Lamar, obviously the best quarterback in fantasy, not even remotely close here. When you have Lamar, it gives you a lot of flexibility elsewhere with your roster because you're not having to roster a backup QB. We are currently sitting with Barkley, Gibbs, Tracy, Brooks, Bucky, Mostert at running back. So we have the best running back in fantasy. We have 2 RB1s, 2 top 10 running backs, with that being said. Tyrone Tracy, viable depth piece. This is the exact team where you'd want to hold on to Tracy. Brooks, the exact team you'd want to hold on to him. Bucky, the exact team you'd want to hold on to him. I mean, 3 running backs that are coming through and giving you a considerable amount of long-term upside and could continue to improve as time goes on. Obviously, if you were able to convince somebody to buy Raheem Mostert from you, I think it would be an absolute no-brainer pivot. Like if you could somehow send Mostert and say Garrett Wilson in a 2-for-1 deal to go try to get an upgrade at wide receiver, I would love to do so. The thing is, it's obviously much, much easier said than done. The reality is, in a 10-team league, I don't know if there's anybody actually needing a running back bad enough to go get Mostert. Going over to what we have at wide receiver, you're currently sitting with 2 wide receiver ones. We have both the combo of Chase and Puka. We have London here for the potential flex. We have Wilson as our wide receiver 4, presumably who we could maybe never get into the starting lineup. Like trying to think what you could do with this team. Ladd McConkey never hits the starting lineup here. So, I mean, obviously here, when you have a juggernaut like this, really the only moves that make sense if you'd be able to pull them off, it's just difficult to do so in a 10-team league where you only start 2 receivers in a flex, because in a 10-team league with only 2 receivers in a flex, it's not like there are that many teams that need help with their depth. But, I mean, if you could go through and if you could make a 2-for-1 trade where we just tier up and upgrade at an individual position, where if you can go trade, say, the combo of Bucky Irving and Tyrone Tracy for a better running back, or maybe Ladd McConkey, Garrett Wilson for a better receiver, and just backfill with these wide receiver options and these running back options off the waiver wire for free, such as DeAndre Hopkins and Zach Charbonnet, it would be an absolute no-brainer. The issue is it's just so much easier said than done. Realistically speaking, I don't know how likely it is that you're actually able to go out there and make that move. And then going over to tight end, you have the elite tight end as well with Kelsey. So really, like I said, that 2-for-1 consolidating trade at wide receiver running back is what I would try to do if we were making trades. Just realistically speaking, I understand that it's going to be very difficult to pull that off. So more likely than not, the only thing that I would say to do with this team, I mean, as a backup thing, if we can't make that 2-for-1 pivot, is I would look to go ahead and potentially drop Jamison Williams and pick up DeAndre Hopkins if you wanted to do that. So I would rather have Hopkins the rest of the season over Jamison. I mean, even before the suspension, Jamison was averaging, I don't want to say 2.5 targets a game. It's a great offense. He's just not getting the target volume to be consistent in it. So I think I potentially would look to make that pivot. But again, I really appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. And again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock, supporting the channel. And thank you so much for taking advantage of that free team review as well. Now, David coming out with a massive dono says, I'm 6-2, but I feel like I'm going to sputter out in the playoffs with my current team. How do we recover? Background, we lost Rasheed and Godwin for the season and traded away Brees for Wilson early to make up for the loss of Rasheed. Well, that just looks tough right now. We are currently sitting at 6th in the league analyzer. There does appear to be one team that's kind of far ahead of the rest here. But I really do appreciate you. Let me hook you up with both a free trade question as well as a free start sit question, just in case there's anything else that you have that you want to send my way. But we are 6th in the league analyzer. We have a lot of flexibility, specifically because we are currently 6-2. It's a 12-team option, so the options, it's a 12-team league, so the options that you have down there on the waiver wire aren't exactly great. And here we have the elite quarterback with Josh Allen, so we're able to roster only one QB. Obviously, Allen throws by. You're not needing another option. You never play anybody else over Allen. So, chilling here at quarterback. There's not really anything to discuss. Going over to what we have at running back, maybe this is something we can talk about. I mean, we have the top RB in fantasy right now in Derrick Henry. We have Dobbins as an extremely strong running back here as well. The issue that you potentially have with this team, not only at running back, but also at wide receiver, pretty much just throughout, is if you're looking at what you're having to deal with currently with the depth, we have no depth whatsoever with this roster. You're having to go through and you're having to start like Raheem Mostert in the flex spot this week. And this is a league in which you can start up to 4 receivers weekly. So this is a league where depth actually does matter a considerable amount. So I definitely think we need to be making a couple different deals with this team. Now, one thing to point out here is the waiver wire is very thin. It's not like we can sit here and say, oh yeah, let's just easily go and make this pivot, pick up DeAndre Hopkins off waivers. No, your waiver wire is no bueno, to say the least. I mean, right now we're sitting with the best running backs being like Roshan, Isaac Rindo, the best wide receivers being Adam Thielen, Parker Washington. So the waiver wire is not going to be able to save us. We have at wide receiver, Cup Wilson. So we have 2 wide receivers that we can start rest of season here with confidence. But beyond that, like Ricky Pearsall is our wide receiver 3. We have Christian Watson. For me, I think what you have to do is you have to sell a tight ends. Now that it looks like Cade Otton could be a must-start tight end every single week, I don't know if we can justify being so weak when it comes to wide receiver depth and so weak when it comes to running back depth. When we have an easy out here of potentially going through and maybe pivoting off of somebody like Sam Laporta just to go ahead and try to get an upgrade specifically at that wide receiver spot for the depth that's at the position. In terms of any other potential trades, I mean, we could try to find a team that needs help with a tight end here. This team's dealing with the Dallas Goedert injury. They're having to start Dalton Schultz. Is there any shot we can sell Laporta for Olave? I mean, obviously, I'd be willing to add here. I'd be willing to go through and maybe send, say, the combo of I don't know, both Laporta and Ricky Pearsall to get to Olave if possible. I think that'd be an absolute no-brainer. Going over to what we have with other teams that potentially need a tight ends. This team's rolling out Andrews. I don't know if they feel confident with Andrews rest of season. I know you've had some lucky Andrews touchdowns as of late. But I mean, presumably if you could go through and send them Sam Laporta and like Ricky Pearsall and try to get to Jalen Waddle, or maybe even try to go get to a running back depth piece like Ramondre or Najee. I think that most teams I'm not super interested there, but specifically with yours, I think it could make sense. And then another thing that we can look at is while we're 6-2, it could make sense to trade for one of those injured options that should be able to help us a ton for the fantasy football playoff stretch. Because, yeah, personally, I also would be worried if this was my team that maybe you are having to deal with, I don't know, the expectation that we were getting bounced from the playoffs. Like, if you could send maybe Garrett Wilson for Nico Collins or Cooper Kupp for Nico Collins, I think it puts you in a very compromising position in the short term. And I don't love it with the team just because, I mean, it is a league in which wide receiver depth does matter. We already don't have a lot of it, so we are really sacrificing any shot at getting some wins here over the next few weeks. But at the same time, obviously, it does give us the better outlook specifically for the fantasy football playoffs. So I think that's the backup option that we want to go with. But again, I do want to reiterate that the number one thing for me, if possible, is if we could go through and potentially try to swing a deal where we are sending, say, I don't know, the tight end with Sam Laporta together with one of the depth receivers like Ricky Pearsall, two players I have on my personal team right now, but sending them together to go try to get that wide receiver upgrade. Because if you're able to, then at that point, I do think that it gives us some help with valuable depth in a league where wide receiver depth matters. And at the same time, we could confidently just go through and play Cade Otton every week going into the future, regardless. But I really appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. Again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. And yeah, if there's anything else I can do for you, don't hesitate to let me know. I did hook you up with both that free start sit question as well as that free trade question as well. But let's move this over to our next question. This is coming out from Frank the Tank. This is Breece and Olave versus Saquon Barkley. This is a league. This is not linked. If this was like a 12-team format where you started 4 more receivers, I would say there it probably makes sense to just go ahead and honestly probably hold on to the 2 viable starters. However, if this is a 10-team league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, there in that environment, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take the best player, which is Saquon Barkley. But I really don't want to be trading Olave right now. I think if you are selling Olave, you are selling at very much a low price. Now, the Kingdom coming out with our next question says, thoughts were hurting in their running back room. So we are sending London to upgrade to Tyreek, Bowers to downgrade to Pitts, Eckler to upgrade to Jacobs. If you're really hurting at running back, where I mean, right now we are sitting with legitimately no running back 2 until McCaffrey is back, I'm not going to fault you at all for doing this. Obviously, I'd rather keep Bowers if we could, but I'm sure they're not doing it without Bowers. Okay. Now, O Pickles coming out with our next question says, stream Darnold, Goff, Stafford, Flacco, etc. I would be going with Darnold out of all these options. Going over to running back, I'm going to be taking J.K. Dobbins this week. Wide receiver, we're going to be going with Harrison, even with Flacco under center. And then for the flex, we're going to go with Kareem Hunt. I'm assuming that Tyrone Tracy is going to miss this week. So it really comes down to Tank, Bucky, or Pittman. I'm assuming that Etienne plays here. And if Etienne plays, you know what? It is a very close call. I mean, if Pittman was Downs, I think we'd go with Downs. I think I still probably go with Hopkins, expecting Hopkins to expand his role. But I do want to reiterate, obviously, if Etienne were to miss, then at that point, Tank Bigsby can 100% be the guy that we are looking at here. Now, our next question coming out from Braxton, this is one of those free Underdog team reviews, says, hey, Mason, this is, missed the OG donations in the chat. Hope all is well. Hope all is well, my guy. Give the squad a look over and let me know if there's anything we can do. 7-1, but still concerned. Well, we are currently 5th in the league analyzer, so maybe a little bit surprised that we are 7-1, to be completely honest. But obviously, when you are 7-1, you do get the additional flexibility, the additional kind of like power for you to go through and potentially sell some of these short-term pieces to just continue to upgrade and get better players inside the starting lineup. Now, going down and looking at this is Christian McClapthy. Have not heard this name before. Definitely a unique name. Right now, we are sitting with Josh Allen at QB, a quarterback that we're able to start every single week, regardless of the matchup, with very little to no hesitation. We have maybe a reason to go through and roster another one in just that. I mean, obviously, with Allen, he has the week 12 bye. So maybe you could make that argument. But in reality, you have so many other exciting players off the waiver wire. I want it. Because going over to RB, we are currently sitting with 2 top 10 running backs in the long term, with a combo of both Achane as well as McCaffrey here. We have James Conner at running back with the 3-down workload in Arizona, with the #1 playoff stretch you're going to find in football. And then we have a bunch of running back depth beyond this that is expendable. So I think this is the main conversation here, really, when it comes to what we would potentially be looking to do with this roster. And it's with these running back depth pieces, now that it looks like CMC may be returning. Where if you're looking at a player like Chase Brown, a player like Jonathan Brooks, these are high upside options that could continue to get better as time goes on. But my thought process here is I just reasonably don't see how they ever hit your starting lineup in particular. Where, I mean, if you could instead maybe go ahead and look to pivot off of them by maybe selling, say, Chase Brown in a 2-for-1 deal with Garrett Wilson to pivot over to the elite level wide receiver, especially in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I think I would take advantage of that possibility. Like, especially if you could maybe go ahead and get somebody like Nico Collins in here. I mean, if you could go through and pivot from the combo of Jonathan Brooks and Josh Downs to go get to a wide receiver that is an absolute no-brainer start rest of season, I think it'd make a lot of sense. Honestly, I think if you could pivot from one of the depth running backs like Tank Bigsby and Sam Laporta and go get an upgrade at tight end to one of the top 5 names, go get somebody like McBride, go get somebody like Kittle, go get a player like Kelsey, go get Bowers. I think I would absolutely love to do that as well. Because running back, you're so strong at the top, but not only are you strong at the top, but you have depth throughout. And if you were able to go ahead and make one of those 2-for-1 deals, then you're able to just easily turn around and look to pick up Bucky Irving off waivers for completely free. Which in my mind would just be a massive reason to make that deal. And to be honest with you, if we think through the range of outcomes here that we have with some of these players, I would actually drop Cedric Tillman for Bucky Irving anyway. Where for me, I'm viewing Bucky thinking, oh, okay, Rachaad White goes down. Bucky Irving is a league winner, a guy that we start every single week, regardless of what the matchup is. So yeah, I think I drop Tillman, pick up Bucky, look to sell another running back maybe even sell James Conner. James Conner's great. My only hesitation is James Conner is the best playoff schedule of any running back. And we are 7-1, so we should be thinking for playoffs. But, if you could sell maybe a different running back here like Chase Brown, like Jonathan Brooks, any of those names, and package them in a 2-for-1 deal where you could potentially go get that upgrade at wide receiver or tight ends, I think that'd be extremely advantageous. As we go over to wide receiver, this is the weak spot on the roster post Devontae Adams trade. Tight end's not great with Laporta. I drafted a lot of Laporta. I hope he's tight end 1 rest of the season. It would save my butt, but at the same time, it just doesn't look like it's happening here. So realistically speaking, we drop Tillman, we pick up Bucky. We do anything we can to sell the running back depth off in 2-for-1 deals with either wide receivers at the top to go get improvements there. And we can afford to go out there and look for guys like Evans, Nico Collins that are currently injured, but give you the long-term upside. And then if those owners don't want to pivot off any of the high-end receivers, then what we could look to do as well is maybe pivot from Sam Laporta instead. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. Again, congrats on being 7-1. I think that we have a very strong roster. I think you have so much running back depth. I'd be very surprised if nobody was willing to go out there and pay up for it. But thank you again for being a member of the flock, and really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. Well, let's go ahead and refresh this and see if we have any more questions coming in. Bambo, is this going to load? Yes, this is loading for Bam here. Says, let me know what's the best way to go about taking the next step to success with the team. Thinking I definitely need to go get a better receiver, but let me know what you think. No, thank you. And let me dive into this, my guy. Let me hook you up with both a free trade question and a start sit question as well. Team name here, Brees's Pieces. We are currently sitting at 4th in the league analyzer. It does look like the top 2 teams have a significant gap between the rest of the other players in this league. Here currently, we are sitting with a quarterback room where we have the combo of Jordan Love and Bo Nix. Bo Nix has been great in fantasy. Bo Nix has, been great in real life over the past 2 weeks. And he's demonstrated some rushing upside. And we're going to expect that the rookie quarterback continues to get better as time goes on. Now, with all that said, with all that out of the way, I do want to acknowledge the fact that when we are looking at Bo Nix here, this is on paper a good matchup against the Ravens. But when you look at the projections that sportsbooks are putting out, which again, I do want to reiterate, sportsbooks are better at predicting how games will play out than you are, than I are, than how anybody is in this live stream. They are currently projecting the Denver Broncos to be a bottom 3 offense in the NFL this week. So with that in mind, if we were looking for somebody to start in place of Jordan Love, despite Bo Nix looking very much like a strong option as of late, I don't know how much or how excited I would be truly to go ahead and jam in Bo Nix. I think if I was looking at some other quarterbacks on the waiver wire here, never mind. There are no real options here. Maybe we could consider Derek Carr, where Derek Carr does have a really strong matchup against the Panthers, and the Saints project to have one of the best offenses in the league this week. Going over to what we have at running back, you're currently sitting with the combo of Breece Hall, Kenneth Walker. So we have 2 top 10 running backs we can start every single week going into the future. We have Charbonnet, Braylon Allen as these handcuff appeal names, guys that we're probably only starting if you have the injury to Breece, you have the injury to Walker, You have neither running back through their bye week. So this is what kind of sucks when you allocate 4 roster spots to only really 2 backfields. Is what are we doing in week 10 when Walker's on bye? Are we throwing out Brees and Braylon both into our starting lineup? So, I mean, it definitely raises your floor when you obviously have the 2 running backs from the same backfield, but it also kind of caps your ceiling here a bit. So, for what I would personally look to do is, I mean, I think it would make a lot of sense for us to potentially go through and look to build up some of this running back depth behind these names. Now, it is a league in which you can start 4 wide receivers weekly, so it's not as simple as just saying, well, wide receiver depth doesn't matter, yada, yada, yada. No, wide receiver depth does. And at wide receiver, we don't really have much at the very top. I mean, our wide receiver 1's DJ Moore. That's gross. Our wide receiver 2 is Ladd McConkey. Not ideal. Our wide receiver 3 is JSN. Not ideal. Then we have Ridley, Rome, Ricky Pearsall, Tillman, Parker Washington, and Devin Duvernay. Hookem Morans, I actually had a class with Devin Duvernay at UT. But with that being said, he has absolutely no business to be on our roster. I don't know if he actually is. But here, the very quick move that I make, don't even think twice about it, is we cut both Parker Washington as well as Devin Duvernay, especially now that you have Brian Thomas Jr. Bam says he's on IR. Okay, if you have him on IR, then who cares? But at least we cut Parker Washington now that you're in a spot in which both Brian Thomas Jr. as well as Gabe Davis are at practice today. And then we go ahead and we look to pivot over to Jalen McMillan off the waiver wire. I would definitely prefer McMillan here, to be honest with you. Now, going over to what we have at tight ends, we are currently sitting with Bowers as well as Kincaid. If you could get a considerable amount of value for Kincaid, I think it would be a very easy sell. I mean, when you're sitting here with Bowers, this tight end that we start every single week, regardless of what the matchup is, and we can say that without hesitation too. Like, if you would be able to sell Kincaid and just get to a viable RB3, not somebody that's going to be great, but just somebody that can be serviceable. Like, going through and looking at this team here has Dallas Goedert and Isaiah Likely. I mean, they really could use Dalton Kincaid, right? Going through and looking at their running back room, they have Barkley, Henry, Taylor, Brian Robinson, Jonathan Brooks, Jalen Warren, Roshan. Well, 100%, I know it's unrealistic to assume that we are going to be able to go out there and trade for the one of the top 3 names. We're not getting Barkley. We're not getting Henry. We're not getting Taylor. Is there any world in which we could go through and send them a depth running back of our own and Kincaid and go get Brian Robinson? If so, I think I would be way more comfortable with this team on how it currently stands. And then obviously, like we said, on top of that, we want to be dropping Parker Washington for Jalen McMillan. I would take it one step further and say we would probably want to be dropping additional wide receivers for running backs off waivers if it wasn't a league in which you can start 4 wide receivers weekly. But yeah, I do want to reiterate, quarterback, I thought we were going to be able to drop Nix to go pick up somebody else, but there's just absolutely nobody on the waiver wire. I don't think Bo Nix is like as appealing this week as he has been over the past 2. I think that this is a team that is underwhelming at wide receiver. Running back depth isn't extremely strong. But realistically speaking, trying to figure out reasonable moves for this roster to make, the only thing that I think makes sense for us is seeing if we can go ahead and sell Kincaid and go get a running back depth piece. I know you could say, well, Mason Bowers is the bye week in week 10. But in reality, I think you still probably just go ahead and do it now anyway and stream the tight end position in week 10. Because in my mind, I don't know. For me, the last thing I want to be doing in week 10 is starting both the combo of freaking Breece Hall and Braylon Allen. But I really do appreciate you. I think maybe we already did this. Maybe we didn't. I don't know. I don't care. We're going to hook you up with an additional one. Let me hook you up with both. Actually, we already did hook you up with trade questions that starts the questions. I'll hook you up with another trade question just in case you have anything else that you want to send in my way. So you should have a free start sit question, a couple free trade questions as well if you wanted to follow up with anything with this team. But I really appreciate you, my guy. And looking at Kincaid for Bucky, I don't hate the idea. I would be trying to squeeze a little bit more value if possible. Like, definitely go and send those offers like Kincaid and a depth running back to get to Brian Robinson before we settle on Bucky. Like, I'd be going to the site and looking at like the mid RB2s before we get down to the RB3s for me. But again, I really do appreciate you. And again, if you had any additional trade questions with that, you do have the free trade the vouchers that you should be able to send questions my way with. But Troy Gonzalez coming out and says, Auden as my tight end 1 rest of season and start sit tight end. Yeah, I have Cade Otton ahead of Sam Laporta rest of season. It's a tough matchup this week, but I'd still start Cade Otton. And looking at what we have rest of season, maybe we reevaluate once you bring back in Mike Evans into this offense, and we'll have to see what the target share looks like again. But for how things sit right now, I think it's definitely Cade Otton. And then here in the flex, we're going to go ahead. We're going to play Josh Downs. Javonte, much tougher matchup than what he's seen over the past 2 weeks. While at the same time, obviously, if you are looking at Downs, we get the massive bump in quarterback play here. Now, next question coming out from Carter. Here it says, Henry's schedule scares me rest of season. Henry to Kyron, lateral move, up to you. Cup to Jefferson, clear upgrade. We pay Ridley to get it done. If you're worried about Derrick Henry rest of season, I'm completely fine with you going through and making this trade. Because for me, I personally do view Jefferson a clear tier ahead of Cup at this point, now that Puka is balling. And at the same time, Kyron is through his bye week where Derrick Henry is not. Now, Michael coming out with a trade question. Here, this is Ramondre, Tyreek versus Jones, Debo, and Josh Downs. So Ramondre to Jones, clear upgrade. Tyreek to Debo, clear downgrade. Getting Downs for our trouble. For me, I think the best player in the deal is Tyreek, and I don't think we're getting somebody who's close enough to swing me. Maybe if this was a league in which there were 12 teams or there were 14 teams with multiple flex spots, they're in that kind of situation, you could definitely make an argument to go ahead and take the Debo Jones downside. But I don't know if we can, if it was like a 10-team format, right? 10-team format, give me the best player with Tyreek. Now, M. Schuster, always happy to see you. Here, running back, we're going to go ahead and we're going to be putting in Brian Robinson against the Giants. Hopefully, we actually see some receiving usage this week. Tight end, I'm going to be going with Kraft if Love plays. If Love misses, you pivot over to Hawkinson. Report saying Hawkinson should be at 100% pretty much right away in this offense. And then going down to the flex, we're going to go Jaden Reed and Ladd McConkey, assuming that we have Love good to go. The only scenario in which I could see us pivoting, which would just be disgusting, is in an environment in which we have no Jordan Love, so Reed's less exciting. Tyrone Tracy sits, so Devin Singletary is guaranteed a 3-down workload. There in that spot, if you wanted to go ahead and if you wanted to pivot over to Devin Singletary, I wouldn't fault you at all for it. Now, Joe Bryant coming out with a massive dono, so sitting at 3-5. Well, before we get into anything, let me hook you up with both a free trade question as well as a free start sit question. My guy, really appreciate you. But sitting at 3-5, made a couple moves recently, traded Cooper for Wilson and Amon-Ra. White, Henry for Gibbs, Moore, Dell. Were these good deals? So, this Amari deal, I don't know if, oh no, Amari for Wilson. Okay, that's one deal. Okay. I thought we were getting a Wilson and Amon-Ra. I was going to lose my mind. Amari for Wilson. Yeah, give me Garrett Wilson rest of season. Amon-Ra, Rashad White, Hunter Henry for Gibbs. St. Brown to Gibbs, lateral move up to you. White to Moore, give me Moore. Henry to Dell, give me Dell. I like it. I like all three. But we are the more you Joe. Let's go ahead and let's pull this up. We are currently 7th in the league analyzer. Does look like it's a relatively even league where people know what they're doing. It's also a league in which you start up to 4 wide receivers weekly, and it's a 12-team format. So we can see that the options down there on the waiver wire are pretty damn limited. While at the same time, wide receiver depth is going to matter a little bit more here. So going through and pulling this up. Quarterback, we have an elite name. We have Jaden Daniels, somebody that we are able to start every single week, regardless of what the matchup is. Obviously, when we get to the bye week, we'll have to go through, we'll have to pick up another player, but not stressing about that right now. Now, going over to what we have at running back. We are currently sitting with Jahmyr Gibbs, so a locked and loaded RB1 rest of season. And yeah, if this was our running back room, we definitely needed to go out there and make that trade. We have Tyrone Tracy, Isaiah Pacheco, and Rico Dowdle. So this is the perfect example of a team in which I think that you would potentially be incentivized to go ahead and pivot off of Tracy or pivot off of Pacheco. Obviously, both running backs that could be very exciting options here in the long term. However, with that being said, Tracy's probably going to miss this week. You have the bye week in week 11 as well. So you're almost guaranteed to miss 2 out of the next 3 weeks. We're 3-5. We need wins right this second. We can't just be thinking about long-term upside. And also looking at Pacheco, reasonably, we have no idea when he could come back in. And on top of it, it is a spot in which the Chiefs have the worst fantasy football playoff schedule of any team in the NFL. So I think it makes sense to see if we can go out and upgrade here at running back. Going over to wide receiver, we have Wilson, we have Smith, we have DJ Moore, we have Tank Dell. Completely fine with these 4 wide receivers here rest of season. I mean, if you were making any pivots, one thing that I would consider as well is when we're looking at Jerry Jeudy and Elijah Moore down at the bottom end of this team. Realistically speaking, do they have a path to get into our starting lineup? I don't think so, and I don't see one, to be honest. So what I would look to do personally here is I think I would drop Elijah Moore at the very minimum. Like the thing is, even if you think Elijah Moore has some long-term upside, there's a 0% chance you're starting this dude this week. I know he had 12 targets last week, but still. There's a 0% chance you start Elijah Moore this week. You have the bye week next week. So I don't know the path for him to actually be a difference-making player for you. Whereas I look at Zach Moss and go, oh, Zach Moss can be a desperation play there at running back. And at the same time, if you were to potentially see anything happen where I don't know, maybe Chase Brown goes down, all of a sudden, Zach Moss is immediately a must-start running back every single week and is a league winner for this team. Like, let's go. Is Cedric Tillman goes down this week? Is Elijah Moore a must-start player that wins leagues? I don't know. Realistically speaking, probably not. See, I would drop Elijah Moore, pick up Zach Moss. I would consider dropping Jerry Jeudy and picking up Zach Charbonnet for those same reasons as well. Outside of that, there's not really anything else that would be super appealing from a waiver wire perspective. And I think if you wanted to potentially try to pivot off of what you have with Tyrone Tracy to a running back that's currently healthy on a 3-5 roster where we need to actually try to prioritize production right this second, like, I would love to go out there and send Tracy and get in a player like Brian Robinson, to be honest. Like, I think that would make a ton of sense. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. Again, I did hook you up with both a start sit question as well as a free trade question too. So if you had anything else that you wanted to send my way, don't hesitate. I'd be super happy to check it out for you. Now let's move this over to our next question coming out from Oozer. This is Ladd McConkey versus Chase Brown. This is very interesting. Looking at running back here, we're rolling with Connor, Moss, Brooks, and that's it. Yeah, you got to go ahead. You have to take Chase Brown, especially with this being what appears to be a half PPR format. So potentially running back would be more interesting there in the flex as well. But this is kind of the spot that I'm in the flock league where I have Ladd McConkey. It's like, oh, would I sell Ladd in a league where you can start 4 receivers weekly for Chase Brown? I don't know what I would do, because I'm a little bit stronger at running back with my team. So, yeah, I would for your team, I'd definitely go Chase Brown. Now, Vinny says, when you said in your vid that you have 36 teams advancing on Underdog, was that just Best Ball Mania? Yeah, that's just Best Ball Mania, of course. So, yeah, your boy currently advancing 36 teams on Underdog. Let me full screen this so we can get the flex in Best Ball Mania. Show me someone with more teams advancing. I'm sure there's somebody, obviously, but is there somebody that streams all their teams? That's the question. As your boy is back-to-back coming through some of the strongest performances you were going to see on YouTube. Just wait until we end up winning this thing. Now, Hanek coming out with our next question. This is a trade question where we're sending Tracy and Downs for Devonta Smith and Mostert. Dear God. Downs to Smith, clear upgrade. Tracy to Mostert, clear downgrade. I think you can get more value for Tracy right now. If you wanted to make a move like this, I don't even see one that makes sense. Maybe go Dowdle, maybe. But the reality is, even in this, probably the Tracy and downside is the winner. Now, Ghost coming out with our next question. Really appreciate you. Going to be excited to check this out, my guy. 5-3, should we need to change this font. This is hard to read. Should I get Bo for Caleb? No, I wouldn't. Traded Hunt for Pickens. Extremely lacking at receiver. Thanks for any help, Mace. Thank you. If you're looking at Caleb versus Bo Nix, I'd rather have Caleb straight up over Bo Nix this week. Again, we talked about this earlier in the stream, but currently, while I understand that Bo Nix is absolutely crushed it, especially over the past few weeks, I do want to reiterate, I think sportsbooks know more than I do. I think they know more than you do. I think they know more than everybody who is watching. Obviously, they're never going to be 100% accurate, but I do think that they could potentially be more accurate over a larger sample. I think they're a better predictor than we are. And looking at this, they have Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos as a bottom 5-ish. I don't want to say bottom 3 offense in the NFL this week. Like extremely low with the implied team total. So I think Bo Nix is going to let a lot of people down who start him. And then going over to wide receivers, we are going to go Pickens. Actually, no, never mind. I forgot Pickens on the bye. Do we really have to go with one of these other names? I guess we're going to go with McMillan. He did run the most routes and play the most snaps last week. We're going to go Hawkinson, where right now the Pats project to be the worst offense in the NFL this week against the Titans. And then, of course, if Tracy plays, Tracy's your flex. But I'm assuming Tracy's going to miss, so we're going to roll out Dowdle. And this is going to be a really tough team this week. Yeah, GG's. Now, Breezy coming out says, lost Godwin and currently 4-4. Is Puka too risky? Oh, Puka's not risky at all. Why would Puka be risky? Because he got injured earlier in the season? No, I mean, you 100%, you take Puka Nacua here. Jordan Addison wasn't startable before, but now as you get in TJ Hawkinson into this offense, I think it's going to be even worse. Like Addison has one game this season with more than 5 targets. Now Spencer coming out says, I also need a quarterback. Should we do this or Njoku for Baker? Baker's barely better than a starting quarterback at this point. I mean, a streaming quarterback at this point. With no Evans, no Godwin. Obviously, Baker is the QB2 so far this season in total points scored. But projecting into the future, it is just so much worse of a situation where your top guys are Jalen McMillan and Sterling Shepard. I would go ahead and make this deal. I'd go get Kenneth Walker. I do think that David Njoku is a locked and loaded tight end 1 rest of season with how much better this offense looks. But I'm assuming we have Brock Bowers at tight ends. Like, who cares? We don't need a tight ends. And at the same time, funny enough, Njoku and Bowers have the same bye week anyway. So, yeah, I'd be fine going out there and getting the true elite RB. Now, JRB says, hey, Mason, is this a good deal? Thanks for the help. No, thank you. I would say probably the Washington players will be the winning side here. Obviously, Brian Robinson Jr. has been a worse option since you had the injury earlier in the season. But it's not inherently a spot in which we are going to assume that this lingers throughout the entire rest of the year. Seems like Brian Robinson Jr. is getting healthier. We just kind of need the receiving usage back. And yeah, Terry McLaurin's been mid to high end wide receiver 2 since Daniels has really broken out starting in week 3. So yeah, I think you're going to go ahead and you're going to take the Washington options. Now our next question coming out from DJ says, what are your trade thoughts? The 2025 first is mid. 2026 first is late. Okay, well, we just threw in 2 first. So this is a Dynasty deal where ignore the rankings attached to these. This is the wrong thing. The devs need to fix it. Would I rather have Harrison or 2 future first in a super flex Dynasty start 10, 12 team league? It's probably about on par. Would I rather have Bowers or Rashee Rice, Kincaid, And that's it. I'd rather have Bowers over Rice and Kincaid. Because the thing you need to consider when we're looking at what you have with Rice is not only will he be coming back from a significant injury, but at the same time, you may have a suspension in 2025 as well. So it's not like a super easy spot to say that Rice is just like an elite dynasty asset. If it wasn't for the suspension, I'd feel a lot more comfortable. I have no freaking idea. If I was rebuilding, give me this side. If I was contending, give me this side. Is the team linked? This team has no business in trying to contend right now. But obviously, at the same time, Harrison and Bowers are elite assets we can build around for years to come. Probably go with the pack. I don't love it. Honestly, my brain is so far removed from Dynasty Fantasy Football right now that I'm not going to lie to you. Probably be better off asking the domain guys. Probably be better off asking the FSC guys or the land guys. Because I just simply don't know, to be honest. Now, our next question coming out from Frank the Tank. Thanks. Second question this live stream. Running back, Henry, auto lock. Brees, auto lock every single week. Wide receiver, Puka, Tyreek, auto locks. Flex. We're going to go ahead and more likely than not play J.K. Dobbins. Actually, we're going to go Olave just for this week. I think more weeks than not, you will be taking Dobbins over Olave. My only hesitation in doing so right now is if you're looking at what you have with Olave, this is the best matchup you could possibly see going up against the Carolina Panthers. And this is the highest that we have seen this Saints offense project at any point this season. Now, obviously, if Carr misses, you go with Dobbins, but we're assuming Carr plays. Now, Joe Boy J says, I'm 3-5 trying to save the team. Am I cooked? I agree. If you're 3-5, you know what? I don't even say a 3-5 roster should sell CMC now. As what? CMC you have to deal with the bye week as you would with any other player, but then CMC is potentially back in week 10. So to be honest with you, I would probably go ahead and hold on to the CMC and Brian Thomas Jr. side here. And maybe Cheeky, hey, we'll go back to the Dynasty trade question and we'll see what Cheeky Opson has to say about it. But with this, I would try to pivot over to a different elite receiver instead of St. Brown. I mean, if you can go get to Lamb, if you could go get to Jefferson, I think that would be a little more interesting for me. I do like the idea of going after somebody who's already with this buy, though. Okay. Cheeky Opson, let's hear what you have to say with this Dynasty trade. Let's go back to it. Okay. My guy, are you taking Harrison and Bowers? Are you going with a 2025 first, a 2026 first, Rashee Rice, Dalton Kincaid on a rebuilding team? What are you going with? I said that I'd probably prefer the picks, Rice and Kincaid, but it's extremely close and I have no idea. But I would be interested to know what y'all have to say. Okay. Well, we'll wait for Cheeky to think about it. And then we'll go back to our next question is going to be coming out from Link. And Cheeky would rather have Harrison and Bauer. So honestly, probably should listen to Cheeky Opson over me. But let's look at this from Link. It says, was wondering if I should trade up to the highest tier wide receiver. And if so, who do you think would be good for me to go for? And what do you think would be a good deal so I don't give away too much? Other than that, do you think the rest of the team looks fine? Appreciate the help. Much love. Much love, my guy. This is a 12-team league in which you can start up to 4 wide receivers weekly. So to be completely honest with you here, I don't know if this is the situation in which it makes a ton of sense for you to go out there and look to pay up for an elite wide receiver one. I think you're maybe a little better off going ahead and going with some depth instead. We are the number one team in the league analyzer, however, so maybe we actually can get by. First thing that I want to point out is what the hell are we doing rostering Jatavion Sanders? Let's go ahead, hook him Lawrence, but let's get him off this roster. Maybe in Dynasty, he moves the needle. Maybe in Dynasty, he flashes with no Deontay Johnson here, expanding his target share. But there's just no world in which he's the streamer that I want in week 10 to fill in for Bowers. So you drop Sanders, and for your week 10 streamer at tight ends, I would rather go with Tyler Conklin, to be honest. And going over to what we have at quarterback, we are rolling with Jalen Hurts. When we have Hurts, we're able to start him every single week, regardless of matchup. So, well, we don't need a backup quarterback. Obviously, we are absolutely chilling here. Running back, we have Brees, CMC, Montgomery. So, extremely comfortable position, of course. I mean, it was nice that we had Jordan Mason to cover in for McCaffrey early in the season. So, we, stayed in the game. We are 9-7. We can be thinking about long-term upside. So, we are in a really comfortable position here in general. We have Braylon Allen down there on the bench just as a premium handcuff, essentially. For me, I would drop Keaton Mitchell and I'd pick up Tajay Spears, however. Because if we are looking at what you have with, say, Keaton Mitchell and Spears with the range of outcomes, one, Keaton Mitchell's not going to catch the ball. Two, even if Derrick Henry were to go down, who's currently healthy, then Keaton Mitchell still probably splits the backfield with Justice Hill anyway, so I don't know how excited you are to go through and get him in the lineup. Whereas if you were looking at, say, an injury to Tony Pollard, who currently is banged up, missed practice today, and if Spears is good to go, Spears should have a massive role as a receiver, and I think Spears could be a viable play. So I would go through, I would drop Keaton Mitchell, I'd pick Tajay Spears up off the waiver wire. Going over to what you have at wide receiver, you're currently rolling with Harrison, Smith, Reed, Higgins. So you have 4 viable wide receivers that we can play every single week. It's a league in which the wide receiver depth does matter a bit. And also, if we look at the composition of wide receivers that we have, I'm going to assume that our wide receiver room gets better as the season goes on. Like, if you're looking at the rookie with Harrison, I'm expecting Harrison gets better. We're looking at Jaden Reed. I mean, you have the injury to Jordan Love right now, capping the value that you could get for Reed. But when Love is 100%, I think Reed's going to be better in the playoffs than he is right now. T. Higgins obviously has the short-term value hit. But when Higgins is back and healthy, he's obviously better in the playoffs than he would be right now if you were trying to sell him. So in reality, this is a league in which you can start 4 receivers weekly. The waiver wire is pretty damn thin. We are dealing with a couple injuries here at wide receiver and a rookie that's going to continue to get better. I don't know if it makes a ton of sense for you to go through and for you to potentially look to pivot off of any of these wide receivers in a 2-for-1 deal to try to go get an upgrade inside the starting lineup. I think you're actually better off sitting with how your roster is now at wide receiver, building around the depth and letting some of these depth names just continuing to improve. We have the elite tight end as well. I mean, this is the number 1 team in the league analyzer for a reason. Definitely, if this was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, I'd be right there with you. I'd want to go through and I'd want to try to consolidate some wide receivers, maybe make a 2-for-1 deal, go get a player like Mike Evans. But at the same time, I think that you are chilling as is here because your league is one in which you can start 4 receivers weekly. What I would do is I'd cut Keaton Mitchell. I would go ahead and I would be picking up Tajee Spears. I would cut Jatavion Sanders, and I would go ahead and I would pick up Tyler Conklin. But outside of that, we're chilling as is. I think you're in a really good spot. And honestly, for your team in particular, with your league settings in particular, I don't love the idea of going out there and making that consolidating move to upgrade at wide receiver. I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way. Again, thank you for being a member of the flock, and thank you for taking advantage of that free Underdog team review. Now let's move this over to Cathreg, longtime member of the flock. Let me hook you up with another free start sit question, just in case you have anything else you want to send over my direction. Thank you so much. Says, anyone I should drop on my bench for a better upside wide receiver 2 role? On waivers, we have Myers, Dell, Tillman, Sutton, Coleman, Judy, or do we trade for an upgrade? If you have Tank Dell out there on the waiver wire, 100% Tank Dell is the guy that we look to go ahead and pick up. I mean, here running back, we're going to be playing Gibbs and James Cook this week. Wide receiver, we would go ahead. We are going to play Chase, and then Downs. If Love misses, if Love plays, you go with Reed. Tight end, we're going to play Kyle Pitts. And in the flex, the thing is, who can we drop for Tank Dell? I'd probably drop Jordan Love for Tank Dell, as much as I hate to say it. I'm sorry, Jordan Mason, not Jordan Love, of course. But if you are looking at Jordan Mason, this is a player in which you're dealing with a shoulder injury. All signs point towards CMC coming back this next week. So yeah, for me, pivoting off of Jordan Mason and instead looking at what you have, say, with an option such as Tank Dell off the waiver wire, I think would be exciting. And honestly, I'm not even going to start. We go Montgomery. Thing is, you don't start Dell anyway, but maybe you can get a pop in value on a Thursday night game, and maybe you can go ahead and look to move him in a 2-for-1 deal. But PK says, our playoffs start week 14. We need a running back, wide receiver, and tight end. First off, if your playoffs start week 14, that is maybe the worst thing I've ever heard. Week 14, you're going to have multiple teams on bye, high-scoring offenses. You have the Ravens on bye. You have the Texans on bye. You have the Colts on bye. I can't think of the fourth team off the top of my head. Who's the fourth team on bye in week 14? But anyway, looking at this, we are sending Gibbs and Dell. Dell has the week 14 bye. We are getting back Cup, so downgrade from Gibbs to Cup. Chubb, Chuba's a 0 if Jonathan Brooks is back in. Chuba's almost a 0 anyway. And yeah, the Patriots and Commanders have week 14 bye as well. The Bills have a week 12 bye. So actually there are 6 teams with a week 14 bye. But I don't think you can make this move. I think Gibbs is the winning side because I'm viewing Chuba as a 0. I'm viewing Chubb as like a high-end RB3 in a full PPR format. Well, if you need a tight end, I think Evan Ingram's an intriguing buy low piece. I think you're selling the best player for Cooper Kupp and Evan Ingram effectively. You're selling Gibbs for Kupp and Ingram. Which in my mind, I would prefer to just go ahead and hold on to Jahmyr Gibbs. Now, next question is going to be coming out from JB. This is a trade where we're sending Amari for a second and a third. If you're a rebuilding team, you want the second and third. Very clear. If you're a contending team, I can very easily see you wanting Amari. So, definitely a fair price point. If you want to pivot to a rebuild, getting a second and a third for Amari, especially in a super flex league, is definitely a fair move. Now, Steven coming out. Here, this is a trade in which we send Cup to upgrade to Tyreek. We move Laporta for Ferguson. I personally view that as a little bit of a lateral move. We're paying ETN to get it done. Can't see the rest of the roster. If you're absolutely loaded at running back, I understand doing it. I think you can go out there and get Tyreek. It'd be different if Puka was still banged up and we didn't know exactly what to expect from Puka rest of season. But how things look right now is it does appear that Puka's going to be a consistent force, which obviously will eat into Cooper Kupp. Now, Nicholas coming out with a massive dono. Appreciate you, my guy. Let me hook you up with a free start sit question and a free trade question, just in case there's anything else that you want to send my way. So, Sup Mace, second team review this year. My team stacked, and other teams with elite quarterbacks won't trade me one unless I overpay because they are under the impression that I'm a scammer. I will say, I actually talked about this earlier in the live stream, my guy, that when you're sitting with a juggernaut roster, more likely than not, it's going to be extra difficult for you to get deals done in your league. And I haven't looked at your exact team yet, but just looking at how we stack up in the league analyzer, I would imagine that we are pretty damn close to having a juggernaut team. But saying, how much should I be willing to give up to upgrade the quarterbacks? I also love to trade. Much love, brother. Much love, my guy. Really do appreciate you. I'm going to be excited to check this out. And yeah, there's no way you come up with a team that's this far ahead of everybody else without making constant deals. This is a league in which we have Kyler, so we are kind of chilling here. And I will say, because you can start 4 receivers weekly, quarterback's not going to be as important in this league as it would be in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. Because in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex formats, I mean, you're at a spot in which quarterback's going to make up such a high percentage of your starting lineup output from week to week perspective. Here, it gets diluted a bit with the additional skill positional starters or starter. But anyway, we have Kyler at QB, so it's not like you're in a horrible spot at quarterback. I mean, I would say that Kyler is more so a mid QB1, still somebody that we can start every single week. He has rushing upside. It's not to the same extent, obviously, what you're going to get with Lamar, what you're going to get with Daniels, and clearly the passing volume hasn't been there either. So I agree. I think it does make sense if you wanted to on a juggernaut build to go out there and see if we can get that upgrade to Lamar, Daniels, Allen, Hurts. That would be interesting. Now, going through and looking at what we have with our running back room, we are currently, and let me answer this real quick. A Miracle says, how do these reviews work? Like, if I have a sleeper league, could you only analyze it if it's on Underdog? No, you sign up to Underdog Fantasy, use promo code FLOCK, make that $10 deposit, then you get a free team review voucher on flockfantasy.com. And you're able to submit your sleeper league, your ESPN league, your Yahoo league, whatever you want to submit over to me on flockfantasy.com. So, yeah. We're not reviewing any underdog teams on here. But looking at this running back room, I mean, we are currently rolling with 4 RB1s. We even have Devon Achane. So, it's an insane position. Going over to wide receiver, we have St. Brown, we have London, we have Adams, we have Waddle. So, I mean, when you are this strong, obviously, we can afford to go out there and we can afford to send Devontae Adams and Kyler Murray to go get the true elite level quarterback, to go get Jaden Daniels, to go get Lamar Jackson. And I think in certain leagues, people would be willing to make that move with you. It's just, of course, this league in particular, where if you're sitting here right now with already the best team in the league and you're telling us that your league mates aren't going to trade unless they are robbing you, then maybe that's where things get a little bit difficult. Going over to tight end, we already have the elite tight end with Bowers, so there's not particularly anything that we can do there. So realistically speaking, the only thing that this team could do, we are already by far and away the best team in this league, is go through and upgrade the quarterback position. If you were to upgrade the QB position, I think I'm not going to trade Achane to do it. I'm not trading London. The only guys I would trade to do it are Adams or Waddle. So cool. If we can find a league mate that needs a receiver, I mean, this is a league, like we said, wide receiver depth does matter a bit more. If we can find one that needs a wide receiver and is willing to be reasonable, and then maybe we can send them Kyler and Devontae Adams and go get that elite level quarterback, let's do it. And if your league is just going through and I'm frustrated that you have a juggernaut team, and I'm sure that most teams that we've traded with, they've lost the other side of the deal and they maybe don't want to trade with you again, then maybe in that scenario, we are just kind of sitting on our hands and chilling. But obviously, if possible, I would love to go through and I would love to try our best to get that QB upgrade. It's really the only move that you can make. I really appreciate you. Congrats on having by far and away the best team in this league. Again, I did hook you up with that free start sit question and that free team review. So if there is anything else additional that you wanted to send my way, don't hesitate to. I'd be happy to help you out. Okay. Now, Myth coming out with our next question. Says, I'm willing to do Pickens also instead of Johnson. I would way rather get George Pickens instead of Deontay Johnson. If you're telling me that we can do that right now, 100%, let's pivot over and make that move. I mean, Deontay Johnson's the wide receiver 2 in a rush first offense now. I have no real interest in Deontay. Plus, Deontay's not going to be startable this week, of course, with this first week over there. And you still have the week 14 bye, so. Yeah, Deontay's the last guy we're looking to start. Oh, I think the Panthers are the other team with the week 14 bye, unless I'm mistaken. But anyway, looking at this, we go from Evans to Deontay, clear downgrade, or Evans to Pickens, clear downgrade. Bucky to ETN, lateral move / downgrade. Chase Brown to Chuba Hubbard, massive downgrade. I think the Evans side wins this. The only scenario in which I go ahead and make this move is one in which maybe you are 1-6 and you're saying, hey, the only thing that matters for me at this point is to go through and get production in the starting lineup ASAP. Which even in that scenario, we have no business trading for Deontay Johnson. Okay, no, Panthers are week 11 bye. Thank you for correcting me. But, yeah, so honestly, almost regardless, if this is a playoff team, I don't want to do it. If this is a team that needs wins now, I don't want to do it. We're going to keep the Evans, the Bucky pairing. And then our next question coming out from Amit says, I don't think it's worth it. Jalen tempting. What's the thoughts? So Goff to Hurts, massive upgrade. St. Brown to Harrison, downgrade. Evans to Ladd, downgrade. Bucky to ETN, lateral move. Yeah, I think you're giving up the best player here in St. Brown. I mean, this is a trade that I could see you making an argument saying, well, Mason, man, I just really need wins right this second. I'm currently 2-6. Mike Evans does nothing for me. Then maybe at that point I could buy it. I would buy it more than the other trade just because I could see a path for it to make sense or see an explanation. But still, I think you're underestimating Evans because once Evans comes back, presumably in week 12, expectation is that Mike Evans is more likely than not a top 10 wide receiver in an offense with a considerable amount of passing volume and no Chris Godwin. Now, Will Wire coming out with our next question says, who should we start at quarterback, tight end, and the flex? I guess we're rolling with Geno. I'm going to hope DK is good to go. For the flex, if we want to get anybody out, it would be Cade Otton, but the best player to get in would be Rico Dowdle. So if you wanted to make any pivots, you'd be taking out Cade Otton and you'd be starting Rico Dowdle, but the reality is you probably leave this as is, to be completely honest. And then going over to this next question from Broke Smokes. It's a 2-player keeper league. Appreciate you, my guy. Will say in a 2-player keeper league, you just treat it as if it's a regular redraft format. There are always going to be at least 2 guys that you are interested in going after. Like I made the mistake whenever I first started playing in a 5-player keeper league back, I want to say in 2013-ish. To go through and try to treat it as if it was a Dynasty format because I got really excited thinking like, oh, I can plan out my team for years to come. And the thing is, just in those shallower keeper leagues, you're never going to be in a spot where it's like, oh, I don't have a keeper that I'm excited at. There are always going to be more than enough keepers to go around. So we're just thinking this year. Draft picks can be traded. I included a screenshot of the league. We're 7-1. The 7-1 team is a god tier with Lamar, Henry, Kyron, Dobbins, Cup, Neighbors, DK, Nico. Not sure he's beatable to anyone. Any advice on trades, or should we look to start focusing for next year? Definitely no. I hate that idea. So we are 6-2. When we're sitting here at 6-2, you're in a spot in which you are able to go through and you are able to potentially get a bye week if your league has buys. And we are able to lock up the second seed across from the juggernaut. So in that, obviously, fantasy football, the NFL, it's the same. It's any given Sunday. There's a juggernaut in the flock league. I'm not worried because I'm thinking, okay, well, if I can potentially sneak my way into the second seed there, they get the first. One, I get a bye. Two, somebody else could potentially knock them out in the semifinals. I don't even have to play them. Or three, I could just potentially get lucky any given Sunday. Or also, if that team has like Lamar, Derrick Henry, what happens if Lamar gets injured? Not saying it's going to happen, but it's happened in the past. Lamar goes down, that removes their elite quarterback. It significantly knocks Derrick Henry as well. And then all of a sudden, if we pivoted over to try to win in 2025, it didn't really make much sense. And also, if you're going to start selling your veterans because you were scared of the juggernaut team, who's going to be buying them? Who's going to be trading their future picks trying to go up against the juggernaut team? A team that's 4-4? You know, so the last thing I'm ever doing is going, okay, this team is a god tier team. This team is an absolute juggernaut. We need to go through and we need to potentially look to play for next year. If you're at 2-6, I understand it, right? If you're at 2-6, there's no reason to go, okay, let's try to overcome all odds and let's really just think about long-term value. No, you're 6-2. You're still winning. You're in to win it this year. Now, this is a league in which you only start 2 wide receivers in a flex. So it is a team where wide receiver depth's not going to matter too much. Quarterback matters a ton. We have Jalen Hurts, an elite QB that we're able to start every single week, regardless of matchup, already through the bye, so we don't need to roster another. Down there on the bench, we don't have another QB, so like to see it. Now, going over to what we have at running back, we have Barkley, so the best asset in fantasy football currently. While at the same time, we have Josh Jacobs, a very strong RB2 that we can play every single week with a guaranteed workload. Going down to what we have on the bench, we don't really have much running back depth. We have Justice Hill and Roschon. I think Justice Hill is a player that I would look to cut for a different option off the waiver wire. This is an ESPN team, so you should be able to link this team with the site for free. And you should be able to see the waiver wire tool and look at the running backs at the very bottom. So I would go ahead and I would link this with flockfantasy.com. Go to the waiver wire tool, look at the best available running backs, and potentially move off of Justice Hill and potentially move off of Allen Lazard and Sterling Shepard. To be completely honest with you, I just imagine that there are much better running backs available to us in this league. Like the thing with Justice Hill is, I mean, you could potentially sit here and expect that, I don't know, if Derrick Henry were to go down, then Justice Hill sees an expanded role, but Keaton Mitchell's back in. So if Derrick Henry goes down, Justice Hill's the receiving back to Keaton Mitchell catching the ball. This isn't to say to go out there and pick up Keaton Mitchell. It's just say, I don't know if anybody can really replace Derrick Henry. I think it'd be a committee that replaces him. So I think if you have guys like Charbonnet out there on the waiver wire, I'd way rather have somebody like Charbonnet. Going over to wide receiver, we're pretty damn weak, to be honest. We have Dell, Ladd, Keon. Down on the bench, we have Jennings, Shakir. So I'm very surprised to see that this team is 6-2, considering the wide receiver room that you currently have. Tied in, we have Laporta. I mean, I would love to go out there and upgrade wide receiver. The issue is, okay, how can we do that? I don't see a clear path other than making waiver wire pivots. So, I mean, if I can just try to convince you off some of these bench players, such as like, okay, so starting with Sterling Shepard. One, obviously, we have to keep in mind that it's not like Evans is out for the season as well. It was always going to be a limited pickup in terms of the expiration date when Evans does eventually come back. And two, at the same time, if you're looking at this situation, it's a spot in which this past week, they spread the ball out to so many different players in Tampa. You get over 300 passing yards and like 3 passing touchdowns for Baker. And even with that being the case, Shepard still is not viable. So I think Shepard is kind of an easy drop at this point. And then looking at what you have with Allen Lazard, I just don't see any world in which you are ever starting Lazard with a healthy Davante Adams and a healthy Garrett Wilson. And also keep in mind, Allen Lazard is currently banged up in his own rights. So you cut Lazard, you cut Shepard, you cut Hill. We prioritize some options down there off the waiver wire that have a little bit of a higher ceiling. I'm completely fine rostering the backup defense this week through their bye with Pittsburgh, just because obviously Pittsburgh's defense is something special. Juwan Jennings, I think, is a high upside play with the Brandon Ayuk injury rest of season. I actually like having Jennings down there on the bench. One thing is, if you could get a crazy price tag on Sam Laporta and maybe move like Laporta and Keon or Laporta and Shakir and a 2-for-1 deal to go get an upgrade at wide receiver, I think that could be something we look at, specifically when we really need some help at wide receiver depth. But I really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. And again, I do want to reiterate that even if that other team is a juggernaut on paper, things can change any given week. We're 6-2. We need to be thinking about winning right now. We should not be pivoting over for the long term. I mean, that other team as well, that is that juggernaut, has lost the game. There's no undefeated team in that league. Now, really appreciate you. Let me move over to the next question that we have. This one coming out from It's Dev says, hurting at tight end wide receiver. Hopefully this helps. Fant to Komet, clear upgrade. Loved Harrison. Give me Harrison. We're paying Bigsby to get it done. Yeah, 100%. I think that this should help. I think it is a no-brainer move as well. Let's go ahead and let's get the best player in the deal, which should be Marvin Harrison. I mean, Jordan Love's a phenomenal real-life quarterback, but Love doesn't have a ton of rushing upside. While at the same time, I mean, obviously he is banged up, so. And you have the bye week in week 10. So let's just go with Harrison. Now, Lum coming out with our next question. This is a trade where we're sending Jefferson, Chubb, Kraft, Tillman for A.J. Brown, McBride, Kamara. This is not even remotely close. This is the A.J. Brown side. Going from, say, what you have with Jefferson over to A.J. Brown, slight downgrade. Going from Chubb to Kamara, massive upgrade. Kraft to McBride, massive upgrade. We're paying freaking Tillman to get it done. 100% no-brainer. You make this move. Now, let's move this over to Beer Boy says, it's not showing up, but I also have a 4th 2025 seconds. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Any trade targets moving forward to next year or specific draft targets you'd recommend? I am not going to lie to you, my friend. The last thing I am ever going to be able to do, I don't say ever be able to do, the last thing I'm going to be doing on officially October 31st on Halloween right now is go through and give you my take on what we have with 2025 draft prospects. I know we're supposed to have a phenomenal running back. I know the Devy community is very excited about a bunch of freshman wide receivers. but there's going to be so much that changes. There's going to be so much that I need to dive into myself. If we are a rebuilding team, we are 100% still looking to go through and still looking to accumulate as many 2025 picks as you possibly can. Even if we don't need to figure out who we're going to be drafting right now in October, the idea behind trying to accumulate as many assets that are going to accrue in value over time, I mean, that is what we are inherently wanting to do. Now, we are currently 7th in the league analyzer. Looking at this, I would say that there are going to be 3 buckets of players that we need to, 3 buckets that we need to throw players into as we move on with this. One, we want to be looking at the options in which we can go through and say they are long-term pieces. They can continue to increase in value from this point to this offseason. Because we don't really care about what the production looks like in the future. We care about the value is this offseason, right? Because, if you knew that, A.J. Brown's not going to fall off from a production standpoint in 2025, but it'll be worth less in Dynasty at that point, then it probably does make sense for you to sell the dude, understanding that, I can just buy him back cheaper in the offseason. Or pivot over and get to a different contending wide receiver then. So you have the guys that are going to be looking like they have the possibility to continue to gain in value. That's somebody like Ladd McConkey. You have the players that are guaranteed to lose value. That's going to be somebody like Derrick Henry. There's nothing that Derrick Henry can do rest of season to be worth more this offseason in Dynasty than he is right now. And you have the guys that are a little bit of a gray area where it's not a guarantee or it's not a high probability that they gain in value, but it's not a guarantee that they're going to lose in value. So the guys that are guaranteed to lose in value that you absolutely need to sell on your team any shot you get, it looks like we've already done a great job of selling those players off. We have guys like Sutton, Keenan Allen, obviously, that are still going to be options that I would like to sell if we got the ability to. If you could sell Sutton for a second rounder, if you could sell Keenan Allen for a second rounder, it would be an absolute no-brainer. But at the same time, it's so much easier said than done. I'm sure you would also love to do it, but we haven't done it. And I'm sure the reason is we probably can't. Now, going over and looking at what we have with the assets in which we are wanting to build around for the long term that presumably could increase in value going into next offseason. You have somebody like Ladd McConkey that could increase in value going into next year. You have somebody like Blake Corum. You have somebody like Audric Estime. You have Jordan Addison, Josh Downs, Jalen McMillan, Quentin Johnston. Those are Ben Sinnott. Those are options that I think could increase in value going into this offseason. And it's not, that hard to see. Now, the assets in which aren't guaranteed to go down in value, but may have a hard time going up, would be somebody like Jalen Hurts. We're obviously, with Hurts, I'm not expecting the production to dramatically fall off in 2025. But right now, if you could sell off Jalen Hurts and you could maybe pivot over to instead, say, Caleb Williams and a future first, I think that could potentially make sense. We have Justin Herbert. Honestly, I think Herbert's worth more next offseason. I wouldn't trade Herbert. It's mainly just Jalen Hurts. And then going over to wide receiver, we can say the same thing with T. Higgins, where T. Higgins already playing on the franchise tag. I think that there's a very real possibility that Higgins is worth less in Dynasty this offseason than he is right this second. So for me, I would be looking to see what we could potentially get for him. He's one of the players that you throw in the trade block and you don't have to sell, but I would for sure consider moving on from him. And then outside of that, it looks like you've already done a great job of accumulating future picks, which obviously future picks are going to be assets that are guaranteed to increase in value as time goes on. And that's exactly what we want on a rebuilding team, especially because it's going to make it where we don't need to worry about us getting a high rookie pick in our own right, and we can go ahead and get the Boise running back potentially. So I think you've already done a great job. I really hope I was able to help out in some way. I think we hope that we continue to lose games here, of course. That way we're able to lock up that extremely high rookie pick next year. And then honestly, I don't think it's going to be a super long rebuild. I think you can get 10 next season with the cornerstone piece we have, especially at quarterback. Now, Dub's coming out with our next question. Full BBR currently 3-5, and we got this trade offer. Oh, this Malik Neighbor's not close. Mark Andrews, I know he's had some touchdowns as of late, but at the same time, like, don't expect that Andrews is anything going into the future. Andrews is, scoring a touchdown on, I want to say 1 out of every 3 targets that you've had over the past 3 weeks. Unsustainable touchdown rate plus added target competition with Deontay Johnson coming over. This Malik Neighbor is not even really close. Malik Neighbor's easy wide receiver 1 rest of season with absolutely no hesitation at this point. Now, next question coming out from Griffin. Says also 2-player keeper after the 8th round. Here, honestly, regardless if it was a keeper format or not, especially as we get the word that Brian Thomas Jr. is playing, is practicing, I think you can go ahead. I think you take Brian Thomas Jr. here. Now, Tharachu coming out says, if I do this trade, I'll have no one to sit at RB. Did I read that right? RB1. Jacobs to Dobbins, clear downgrade. Olave to Cup, clear upgrade. We're getting Evans for our troubles. If this is a league in which you are currently a playoff team, that we are thinking for the long-term upside, for me, I do think the long-term upside here is going to be the Mike Evans side of this. Now, obviously, if we are currently 3-5, you're 2-6, and you're thinking like, oh, okay, well, the long-term upside doesn't matter for me at all here. I'm just concerned about what we are going to get in the starting lineup right this second. Then, at that point, you could go through and potentially just hold on to Jacobs and Olave. But even with that, Jacobs is the bye week in week 10. Olave is the bye week in week 12. Dobbins and Cup are already through it as well. Now, Bengals fans in SoFi, always happy to see us, says, Laporta for Romeo Dobbs and any of his other receivers instead. I'd rather have Laporta, especially with the Love injury. If we're looking for a different receiver, I would sell Laporta for Devonta Smith. I would sell Laporta for Harrison in a heartbeat. I would sell Laporta, just confirm. We have Pitts at tight ends. If you wanted to go after Worthy/Hopkins, you can. I would prefer those receivers over Dobbs, that is. But I definitely would love to get Harrison or Smith if possible. But if this is the initial deal, I think you go Laporta. Now, Undoxed Bro coming out says, wheeled and dealed my way to this roster through trades and being locked in on the waiver wire. We traded Diggs and Mason for HN last week. Unfortunately, traded Swift and Chubb for Laporta earlier in the year. Love your videos, man. Keep going. Much love, my guy. Thank you so much for coming out. So this is Trail of Tears. We are currently 2nd in the league analyzer. But if you are looking at the analyzer here, this is currently a league in which there are 3 teams at the very top. You have Nate Diggity, us, and then the last Mohican. I actually read some of that book. It was a little boring, so I didn't make it all the way through. But anyway, we are in a pretty comfortable spot here. All 3 teams that are the juggernauts are rolling with great records. It is a 10-team league in which you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So here, with this in mind, there's not really the need to go through and concern ourselves with the depth of any of these options. and instead you are highly incentivized to think ceiling, ceiling, ceiling. So quarterback, we have Jordan Love and Mahomes. Obviously, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format where you are this strong. I wouldn't fault you at all for wanting to go out there and wanting to upgrade to get to an elite level quarterback if possible. Running back, we are sitting with Mixon and Bijan. So we have 2 top 10 running backs rest of season. We have HN, James Cook, Jonathan Brooks, and Braylon Allen. So this is by far and away the strength of this team is this running back room. According to the league analyzer, we have the second best running back room, the best maybe the Barkley, Kyron, Kamara pairing, but regardless, we have an extremely strong RB room here. And as we look at this, somebody like James Cook presumably can't get into our starting lineup. But I mean, with that being said, I don't know, you could very easily see him making a difference on a team that has an elite level quarterback in their running back room. Like this team has Jaden Daniels. James Cook would be an every week starter for him. Could we send James Cook and Jordan Love for Jaden Daniels? This team has Jalen Hurts. Can we send Jordan Love and James Cook for Jalen Hurts? This team here is Najee, Rico as their RB2, RB3. Could we send James Cook and Jordan Love for Lamar Jackson? Where you are currently sitting in a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, for me, I think I would go out there and try to quote-unquote overpay and get the elite level quarterback here. Is going over to wide receiver as well. We have A.J. Brown, Malik Neighbors. We have 2 top 10 wide receivers rest of season. We have Brian Thomas Jr. as well, who's in a really comfortable spot. We have Worthy, Jennings, tight end. We have Laporta and Ferg. I almost think here you could afford to go get the true elite level tight end as well. I would definitely try to optimize for the elite level quarterback though instead, just because I think the points per game gap is going to be a little bit larger than if you were to upgrade tight end. So clearly it is an insane team. It's 6-2 for a reason. I just think when you have that kind of running back depth in a league in which you only start 2 wide receivers in a flex, you're incentivized to go out there and overpay for an elite quarterback. And if we were to go send James Cook, I honestly think that somebody would be willing to give us one of those elite names. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. Now, Zachary coming out with our next question says, is it worth it to pivot to a running back that doesn't split? This is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, 10-team league. Then, yeah, just go get the upgrade. 100% trade Hopkins and Gibbs for Kyron. Both running backs already through their respective buys. But, I mean, if you're looking at this, your format in particular, wide receiver depth's not going to make a big difference. Go get Kyron. O Pickles says we made a trade. Now we are rolling out this week Dobbins, flex. I'm assuming we're going Hunt. What wide receiver do we have? We go Kareem Hunt, and then our other flex spot, if Tracy plays, we go Tracy. If Tracy doesn't play and ETN doesn't play, you go Bigsby. If Tracy doesn't play and ETN does play, then we probably go Hopkins. But plan A would be Tracy. And yeah, we're just rolling out 4 running backs with guaranteed volume every week. Gatsby coming out with a ridiculous dono. Dear God. Thank you so much, my friend. Let me go ahead and hook you up with a free trade question. I'm going to hook you up with a free team review. I'm going to hook you up with a free start sit question as well. So if there's anything else you want to send my way, don't hesitate to for free, my guy. Especially, man, if you wanted us to look at this team again in a couple weeks, send it over for free. I'd be happy to dive into it again. But it says, asked yesterday, but new offers came in last night. 4-4 in 5th place in a 12-team league. This is a 3 wide receiver, double running back, 0 flex league. Collins coming off the IR. Mixon to Jefferson. I would rather have Jefferson here. I understand the situation that we are in and that we can't get the extra guy into the flex. Hopkins, Achane versus A.J. Brown, Chuba. If I would rather have the Achane Hopkins side if we were chasing running back. Hopkins Downs versus Olave. I'm going to go Olave. Mixon Brees still have buys, plus get to rotate based off matchup. Do I trade my stud running back depth for a wide receiver upgrade? Thanks. Thank you. If you were to go through and make one of these moves, which obviously we have the best team in this league, and which, like you said, you can only start 2 running backs and 3 wide receivers every week, and we have no flex. So right now, Achane is currently on our bench. Our starting lineup would be changing from, say, right now we have Allen at quarterback. Obviously, we're loaded. Don't need to do anything there. But our starting lineup would be changing from, you know what? Actually, F it. The third option's the best. If you're able to trade Downs and Hopkins and you're able to go get to Chris Olave, I think that's the move that you make, because then at that point, you have such a bulletproof roster top to bottom that realistically speaking, I don't see how anything negatively impacts us. Where, of course, we would just be playing the matchups between Achane, Brees, and Mixon every single week. There for whatever 2 running backs that we want. But wide receiver, we would have Puka, Nico, Olave in our lineup. We still have enough depth to get by where for the Nico bye week, for the Olave bye week, we can go through and we can get in Worthy, Pearsall, or McMillan, whoever's producing. If we were to see that running back injury, then at that point, you still have the running back production to go out there and fill in. Like you already discussed, you have Mixon with the week 14 bye. You have Brees with the week 12 bye. So the running back depth isn't completely irrelevant for us either. So I don't inherently think that you need to trade a running back for a receiver if you have that Olave deal on the table. Now, with that being said, if you were to go through and make one of those trades where we're sending off one of the running backs for the receiver, I would be looking to possibly move off of specifically Mixon for Jefferson in that 1-for-1 swap. And if you were to do that, then we're going to turn around and we are going to start trying to sell off depth wide receivers. Where if you were to pivot over from Mixon to Justin Jefferson, then if we could try to pivot from like Josh Downs, DeAndre Hopkins, where we could potentially sell Downs and Tucker Kraft to go get a significant upgrade at tight end, I think that make a lot of sense. Or just pivot from Hopkins to a depth running back like Chase Brown. I think that would make a lot of sense. But that's if you were to make that trade regarding Jefferson, not if you were to make the one regarding Olave, which I think Olave would be my plan A here. But I know we just talked about this, but I really hope we were able to help you out in some way here. Again, I do want to reiterate that I sent over that free team review, that free start sit question, and that free trade question for you. So if you have anything additional that you want to send my way, don't hesitate to. I'd be happy to try to help you out in any way that I can. But yeah, thank you again. I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. Now, Marker Word coming out with our next question says, did I completely win this trade or was it fair? Not even close to being fair. This is Jefferson by a mile, and you know this. I don't know if this is with some Tampa buddies and they're overrating Rachaad White, but yeah, I mean, with the usage that Bucky has had as of late, I think we're going to go Jefferson. Now, Kidlow's coming out, says, also considering Hall for Jones and Neighbors. I would much prefer to go get the Mixon and Neighbors for Barkley. But yeah, I think this is a no-brainer deal. I'm viewing Barkley as a high-end RB1 rest of season. Mixon is a mid RB1 rest of season. Neighbors is a wide receiver one. So I think it's a very fair price tag to move Saquon Barkley. And very rarely would we want to do that, but I think it would make sense here. Now, Big James coming out says other receivers are Lamb, Devonta Smith, Pittman, Tillman, and Leggett. So Reed to Terry, upgrade. Kelsey to Waddle, downgrade. We're getting Kraft added on. We don't really need wide receiver. I would go ahead. I would keep Kelsey here. For me, I just think that Kraft is going to be coming back down to earth dramatically. And if you are looking at how this plays out, you potentially have no Love this week, which makes Kraft unstartable. Then the bye week next week where he's not startable. And then possibly negative touchdown regression as well. So, I don't know. I don't think now's the time you want Kraft. K-Baked, always happy to see you. Let's go ahead and let's check this out at wide receiver. We are going to go ahead. We are going to be getting in Terry McLaurin, hopefully with Daniels a little bit healthier. K. Dotton must start play every single week. Don't like the matchup for this offense, though. And then going down to the flex, I think we do go ahead and throw in Josh Downs now that you get the confirmation that we should have Flacco under center. I will say it's a tough matchup for Downs, however, going up against Minnesota. Now, JB coming out with a massive dono. Really appreciate you, my guy. Let me go ahead and hook you up with a free trade question. That way, next time you send something over my way, it is free. It says, was sent this offer, seems like killer value. Problem is that I'm 4-4 and was not intending on being a seller. Is this worth the deal? Yeah, you got to make it. Especially, is this... Yeah, the league settings are correct here. They're pulling him in. This is a 10-team Superflex league. So these 3 firsts are guaranteed to be top 10 picks. Quarterbacks are going to be pushing down other values. I don't think Zay Flowers is worth the first rounder in this format, but he's pretty damn close. So as long as you know this league's going to be around for a while, I go ahead and I take the picks. Of course, hook 'em horns. I love our guy Bijan. But yeah, even on a contending team, I think you have to. Because the thing is, you could turn around and you could maybe say, like on a contending team, find a roster that's currently rolling with Derrick Henry. Find a roster that's currently rolling with, preferably, Saquon Barkley, a little bit of a younger option. And turn around and send them a single first. Or if somebody has Joe Mixon, go send them a single first for Joe Mixon. And we're able to backfill that running back production and still contend this season. And then going into the future, you have the 2 additional first and Zay Flowers. So, I think this is too much value not to do it, to be honest. Now, K-Bake coming out with another start set. Here, we need 2 flexes. We have no Debo. We have no Nico. This is going to be tough. Do we go? I think we go Worthy, and we have no Pearsall. So full PPR. I know people are going to hate this. We're going to go Worthy and McMillan. I think most people would tell you to go with Raheem Mostert. The thing is, right now, the Dolphins are 8.5-point dogs in this game against Buffalo. I really don't know if they're going to be able to run the ball in the second half. I don't know if it's a guarantee as well that Mostert has the goal line opportunities every week going into the future. See, I think we go Worthy and McMillan. If you wanted to pivot, you would go to Mostert for sure. Fantasy Football says, lost Godwin, so looking to flip running back wide receiver value. Bijan to Nico, slight downgrade. But Bijan's not through his bye week yet, so you only get one extra week out of Bijan in comparison to Nico Collins. Higgins and Algier to Montgomery, massive upgrade. Montgomery is through the bye, so you get the extra week in comparison to Higgins, and that's assuming Higgins plays this week. So yeah, I think we're going to go with the Montgomery and Nico side. Now, Swelly Gus has stashed Jalen Wright or Blake Corum. I would stash Blake Corum. The thing is, if you think about the range of outcomes with these guys, Kyron Williams goes down with an injury, which he has a long list of injuries throughout his career. Definitely not rooting for it. I have a bunch of Kyron Williams in underdog drafts. But Kyron Williams goes down with an injury. Blake Corum's probably the guy. Whereas Devon Achane goes down. All of a sudden, Jalen Wright's splitting the backfield with Raheem Mostert. Like, I don't know if that instance we can say that Wright has everything. Scotty coming out with a start sit. Here we are going to roll with, more likely than not, Chris Olave at wide receiver. Beautiful matchup against Carolina. And then we're going to go with Devon Achane in the flex. And, oh, never mind. Thank God. I was going to say. This is still an insane running back room. How is this running back room this strong? How is this team this strong? Crazy that you have to start Aaron Jones. I actually really like this matchup for Aaron Jones this week. But I don't see how we can start him over Achane or Gibbs. Now, KHS says, I have Allen, JT, Achane, St. Brown, Nico, Neighbors, Moss, Bowers, Smith, 5-3 and going to make the playoffs. So looking at this, we effectively you're telling me, Mason, we have a juggernaut team, a playoff team, where we don't really need to consider positional need here. And we are just thinking best player available. Brees isn't through the bye either. I still would probably rather a Brees Hall than Nico Collins at this point. It is very close. Can y'all please spam the chat? Would y'all rather have, on a team that is a playoff team that doesn't exactly need either a running back or a wide receiver, would you rather have Brees Hall or would you rather have Nico Collins? Nico. Everybody's going Nico. F it. Let's take Nico. I have Brees ranked higher, but in this specific scenario, I think you could pivot over to Nico. Now, D. Cortez coming out says, the league is a 6-point passing touchdown format for quarterback. Is this a smart deal? 6-point passing touchdown league. A lot of people think that this means that just quarterbacks are more valuable in general. What it actually means is the rushing production for quarterbacks isn't going to matter as much as it would in a 4-point passing touchdown league, because in a 6-point passing touchdown format, quarterbacks like Joe Burrow and Jordan Love, who aren't really going to run the ball a ton, could make up for where they lack. This is a team wide receiver. We have Brown, Pittman. Okay. Yeah, we still go with Jalen Waddle. We have no wide receiver two, really, that we can sit here with confidence. So I'd still rather have Waddle. I definitely like Jordan Love a lot more in a 6-point passing touchdown league, of course. Okay. Now, let's move this over to our next question. Coming out from Charles League. This is Myers versus Downs. We're going to go ahead. We will take Josh Downs here. Not even remotely close. I think that Downs is probably the better player, which I think you can argue that back and forth. I don't really care. But I think there's going to be a lot more passing volume in Indy than there'll be in Las Vegas. And also, I think that Downs is the number one option in his offense, and Myers is number 2 behind Bowers. Now, Tonio Ball's coming out, says Goddard or Kraft and start two between Waddle, Dell, Downs. I'm going to go Waddle and Dell this week, specifically because it's a tough matchup for Downs and you have nobody else there. And I will go with Goddard if you have no love and Goddard's good to go. But Goddard did miss practice this week. Now, Hogan says RB2 is Jaleel Gibson. Is this fair value? So we're desperate for RB2. Zay Flowers, there's no reason to trade for Zay Flowers right now. Realistically speaking, if you view Flowers in a deal, I'm not saying he's a zero, but realistically speaking, how would you ever get him into your starting lineup? Obviously, you could this week before Deontay expands his role here, but it's a rush first offense where now there's additional target competition coming in. So, I mean, it's a fair value. If we are desperate at running back, we can go with it. I would just rather have a different receiver other than Flowers. But let's refresh this, see if we have any more questions coming in. Gavin, always happy to see you here, my friend. Here says we have Stafford Tillman off the waiver wire. Who are we going to start? Thanks. Thank you. So quarterback, we are going to go with Stafford over Stroud this week. Stroud most weeks going into the future. HN, we roll with, running back, we roll with HN and Aaron Jones. Wide receiver, we are going to go ahead and play the combo of Amari and Reed. Assuming that Love is good to go. If Love sits and Travis Etienne sits, then you can go ahead and play Tank Bigsby. If Love sits but Etienne plays, then I still may go Reed. Now, Drew B says, can't decide on who to start at the flex this week. Here for our flex, we are looking at no Debo, no Mason. I probably go Rico Dowdle, to be honest with you. If you're looking at this game environment that you have in Atlanta, this does currently project to be the highest scoring game in the NFL this week with an over-under of, I want to say, about 53.5 points. I do think that in general, you probably want to be starting as many options as you can in Dallas and Atlanta. Now, Ray Charles says, initial trade is Amon-Ra and Dell for Jefferson. I think I can get Dobbs to even it, but I'm still unsure. What are your thoughts? Realistically speaking, I don't know if Romeo Dobbs makes a difference here. I mean, it is a league in which maybe depth matters a little bit more with these settings. I would rather have Jefferson over St. Brown. I'd rather have Dell over Dobbs. I think we're going to go with the Jefferson side. Probably looks bad in the short term as Dell probably has a pretty damn good game this week against the Jets. But obviously in the long term here, if the expectations are that Nico comes back in, dominates target share, Dell would be a little bit more worrisome. Now, McCon says, would you play Stafford over both of my QBs? Yeah, not if Love was good to go, but if Love misses, I would play Stafford over Nix for sure. And then going over to wide receiver, we're going to go ahead and we're going to play Devontae Adams. And there in the flex, we are going to go with Tank Dell, but obviously since Dell plays on Thursday night, you put him in at wide receiver. All right, both these guys play on Thursday night. So never mind. Ignore me. You put both of them in at wide receiver and you move Neighbors down into the flex just in case something happens later in the week. Now, DeBera says, maybe gave up too much, but Etienne, James Cook plus Rachaad White are my only running backs. Wide receivers, we have Harrison, DJ St. Brown, Adams, and Addison. You did not even come remotely close to giving up too much. This is so easily the Jonathan Taylor side. Not even remotely close. 100% you take JT here. You don't think twice about it. trying to even think, like, what world does this not work for you? If Pacheco never comes back and Etienne gets dealt to the Chiefs, then maybe at that point it's a little bit tougher. But no, here, this is Jonathan Taylor by a mile. Now, the Trey Sermon fan club coming out here. Okay, I'm going to be honest with you, my friend. The Trey Sermon fan club isn't exactly what I would call a good look. Okay. I think we need to change this to maybe like the Mason Dodd fan club, a little bit of a more talented running back, if you ask me. But you're saying our league doesn't really trade and we're hurting at running back. So if our league doesn't trade, I am only going to look at waiver wire options, because I know there are leagues where people obviously refuse to make deals. And it's a big reason why we worked on trying to be able to look at the best waiver wire options available for you in your league. And going through and looking at this, it's a 12-team start 8 half PPR format where we are 11th in the league analyzer. So this is an uphill battle. Now we are 4-4, but we are going to be trying to optimize for upside off of the waiver wire at running back where we can get it. Now, starting off at quarterback, we have Stroud. I will say, I think you could pivot over and maybe start Stafford this week instead, just with it being a much better matchup for Stafford. And at the same time, if you are looking at Stroud, obviously you have no Diggs, you have no Nico. I think it could be a pretty tough spot. But going over to running back, yeah, we are struggling here. And we are doing kind of what I would want to in terms of rostering some of these running backs down at the bottom end of the bench that are an injury away from seeing a pretty significant workload. Like with Raheem Mostert, if Etienne goes down, Mostert's probably a must-start running back. With what you have from specifically Braylon Allen, if Breece Hall goes down, Braylon Allen's a must-start running back. From what we have with Jalen Warren, if you were to get Najee Harris going down, Jalen Warren's a must-start RB. So I really like the profile of the running backs that we are looking at. All I would say is there are more of these options over there on the waiver wire. So we do have choices on specifically which names with this profile we want to be starting or we want to be rostering this week. And typically with this, when we're looking at the bottom end of our roster, we want to be going with the guys that could presumably change their workload, change their roles. For me, I don't see a path for somebody like Jalen Warren, of course, to change the work or the role that he has right now in Pittsburgh on the bye week. Where what I would potentially look to do is, I think you probably go ahead and cut Warren, you pick up Tyler Algier, because there is a possibility that we see maybe Bijan Robinson get injured, and then all of a sudden, of course, you could see Tyler Algier turn into just an absolute must-start running back every single week. Going over to wide receiver, we have Nico Collins and Tank Dell, so we are all in on this Texans offense. Should be a lot better in 2 weeks. We have Ladd McConkey. We have Jameson's coming back soon. We have Cedric Tillman. I probably leave this wide receiver room as is when it comes to the waiver wire names that we have. Going over to where we sit at tight end, we have Cole Kmet, but obviously Otten and Hawkinson in my mind do have a little bit more upside here. So if we were in a league where you can't make trades and we are pretty much just looking at what we are doing with waiver wire pivots, I think we for sure pivot over to Tyler Algier instead of Bijan Robinson on the waiver wire. Instead of Jalen Warren with the waiver wire this week, just in case you do get that Bijan injury, where I'd be very surprised, obviously, if anything happens to Najee. I think you could potentially think about streaming Stafford this week instead of Stroud. The issue is we obviously wouldn't want to cut Stroud, so who would we cut to roster the extra quarterback? And then outside of that, I don't really think that there are any other moves that we can make, obviously, if your league doesn't trade. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. Definitely what we want to do, of course, is we want to optimize rostering as many running backs down there on the bottom end of the bench that are an injury away from making a difference. And I think we are already going down that path, which I like to see. Now, T-Funk coming out with our next question. It says, start sit one. I would like to get Flowers out of the lineup if we can. The issue is our best option would be Michael Pittman Jr. in a tough matchup. So I actually probably leave this team as is, especially if you are looking at what you have, say, with Flowers being a wide receiver in which we don't expect the competition to hit immediately with Deontay Johnson, and we'd expect the role to maybe diminish as time goes on. Or not Flowers' role will diminish one for one, but the role of Deontay, I think, will expand as time goes on here. Now, Irrationally Angry coming out says, just did a trade to get Hill, Bowers, Reed for London and James Conner. The league balance got screwed when someone traded Lamb, Lamar for Olave, Etienne, and Dak, so I need as much firepower as possible. So team name here is Disappointment Incoming. We are currently second in the league analyzer. The Hill to London move. Oh, no, never mind. I was going to say it was a downgrade. A great trade going out there and getting Hill, Bowers, Reed. Not even remotely close. Great deal. This is a 10-team league in which you start 2 wide receivers and a flex. So options on the waiver wire should be pretty damn strong. Not only should options on waivers be strong, but at the same time, wide receiver depth is going to be super important. So we will be highly incentivized where we can to potentially go out there and make 2-for-1 deals to get upgrades inside the starting lineup if possible. Particularly selling wide receiver depth. Now, going over to what we have currently at quarterback, we are rolling with Jalen Hurts, an elite quarterback that we can start every single week, regardless of what the matchup here is here. So we really do like to see that. We don't need a bye week either. I mean, we don't need a backup either because you are already through the bye. Going over to running back, we are currently sitting with Brees here at the very top. I mean, an anchor RB1 that we can start every week regardless. We have Chase Brown with upside to continue to improve as the season goes on. We have Moss as a premium handcuff back. We have Algier as a premium handcuff back. We have Braylon Allen as a premium handcuff back. And we have, say, I don't know, Tony Pollard is like the boring grinder that's going to get the 20 opportunities in a horrible offense. Then going over to receiver, maybe in the short term, it's a spot where we're not extremely strong. Where, I mean, this week we're rolling out Tyreek, Reed, and then maybe DJ Moore in the flex. But in the long term, you're in a situation in which we are going to be getting Nico Collins back. We're going to be getting Deebo Samuel back with no Brandon Ayuk. And Jaden Reed looks a lot more appealing as you get back in Jordan Love into Green Bay. So, I mean, the very clear move to make with this team, I don't think it's too close either, is for us to go ahead is for us to trade DJ Moore in a running back depth piece like Tony Pollard to go get an RB upgrade. Just the question is, realistically, when's the best time to make that move? Because right now we don't have Nico, we don't have Deebo, so we actually could use the DJ Moore depth, while at the same time DJ Moore is coming off an absolute horrendous performance. So you're probably in a spot in which you're not going to get a ton of trade value if you were to try to sell DJ Moore. Now, going over to tight end, we have the elite name, Bowers, that we can start every week. Obviously, if you could sell Ferguson and a running back to go get an RB upgrade, we would look to go ahead and make that pivot. The thing is, Ferguson coming off a very disappointing week. Also, Bowers with the week 10 bye. Probably now is not the time to be making that move. And then in terms of potentially trying to make any waiver wire pivots, I think Jordan Mason could be a very appealing pickup. Obviously, we're expecting that CMC comes back. And with Jordan Mason's shoulder, I completely understand somebody wanting to drop Jordan Mason. But still at the same time, there is always that outside chance McCaffrey doesn't come back. Then maybe Jordan Mason is still the starting running back in San Fran coming out of the bye. And, I mean, if Mason still had his usual role, I mean, I probably would go through and I probably would be starting him over Chase Brown, Tony Pollard. So realistically speaking here, I think it's a phenomenal team. I think the only thing that you could consider is potentially going out there and picking up Jordan Mason off the waiver wire. And after this week, when we get through the bye week for Debo and the last week on the IR for Nico Collins, if you wanted to go ahead and if you wanted to potentially try to sell DJ Moore if we get a spike here, or sell Jaden Reed and an RB2 and go get an upgrade at that running back slot, I think that could make a lot of sense for your roster in particular. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. Again, thank you so much for taking advantage of that free Underdog team review offer. Now, moving over to our next question coming out from K-Bake. This is Worthy versus Josh Downs. Give me Downs. If AR was the quarterback here, it would be quite easily Xavier Worthy. But now that you have Flacco and also you have Hopkins over in KC, I think we can go Downs. Colin, long time no see. Happy to see us. So should I be targeting an upgrade at running back instead? Running back, we are currently rolling with Connor, Montgomery, Dobbins. Without, we have plenty of depth at running back. This is a 10-team league where we only start 2 wide receivers and a flex, and we have plenty of depth. So I think, yeah, going through and making this 2-for-1 consolidating deal does make a lot of sense. Also, Wilson bye week 12. Harrison bye week 11. So you're getting the extra week out of A.J. Brown as well. Sean says Cup or Nico rest of season. I would rather have Nico. The only environment in which I don't do this is if you're like 3-5 where you're saying, Mason, I need wins right now. Obviously, you're going to get 2 extra weeks from Cooper Kupp rest of season in comparison to Nico, with Nico being on the IR this week and the week 14 bye. Now, O'Hayden says, my team's Burrow, Chase, DK, Knuckles, Henry, and Joku. Not going to lie to you, I don't know who Knuckles is, but regardless, I think this is an absolute no-brainer to go out there and get CMC. Like, obviously, the expectation is not that McCaffrey comes back in and is the number 1 player in fantasy football, and it's not even remotely close. But if McCaffrey comes in and is just the low-end RB1 at this price tag, he will return value. So 100%, we want to go ahead and we want to go with CMC. Now, Kamachode coming out says, good trade. My wide receiver room is a little thin now. Yeah, especially with the injuries that we have to the receivers in Jacksonville. I do think that maybe the gap between what you're going to have with Harrison and Evan Ingram's a little bit closer. Wide receiver, we have the combo of Evans, Keon, Rome, Tillman, McMillan, and Terry. Thank God we saw Terry. I was going to panic and say we probably shouldn't do it if you didn't have Terry. If you have Terry, I think you can go for it. Now, Levis Home coming out with our next question. Here, this is Montgomery, Reed versus Swift and Debo. Montgomery, Swift, clear downgrade. Reed, Debo, clear upgrade. I think Montgomery's probably the best player in the deal. I'm probably going to go ahead and take the David Montgomery side of this. It's definitely a fair deal where if you think that you are going to get mid-wide receiver 1 production for Debo rest of season with no Brandon Ayuk, I 100% think you can roll with it. Sure, I'm always happy to see you, my guy. Let me go ahead and hook you up with a free trade question here. It says, hey, Mason, 8-8 in a tough division. some wins are needed. With the chance that Nico misses week 11, would this be a good move? My assumption right now is Nico Collins is going to be missing week 9. And then week 14 for the bye. But I'm expecting Nico plays weeks 10, 11, 12, 13. Unless I'm mistaken here. I haven't heard anything about Nico missing. I would rather have Nico Collins here. Keep in mind, Debo, you're also going to have one less week with. I think Nico's probably by far and away the best player in this deal. It's not the worst deal in the world because there is a significant gap between Aaron Jones and Ramondre Stevenson at this point. But yeah, I think Nico Collins is by far and away the best player. But I did hook you up with a free trade question. So if you had anything else you want to send my way, don't hesitate. But El Dario says, do you do this trade confidently or hold on to our guys? Oh, I 100% do this deal. I'd rather have Kincaid over Andrews, and I'd rather have London over Harrison. So, yeah, I think this is an absolute no-brainer. I think London blows up this week against Dallas, too. So if you wanted to make this thing, got to do it sooner rather than later. Now, Colt McCoy coming out. Here, quarterback, we are going to be going with, tough spot here. I'd probably go Mahomes in a phenomenal matchup against Tampa. Tampa's allowed 4 passing touchdowns over the past 2 weeks. And obviously, it does seem like there is some progression in this Chiefs offense. And we're going to get an extra week with Hopkins here. We will go with T. Higgins if Higgins is good to go. Now, obviously, that's not a guarantee. If Higgins isn't, then the backup plan is Kareem Hunt. But plan A will be T. Higgins. Now, Too Much JV coming out with a trade question says, need help at running back 2, and I think this would help. We have Stevenson for Waddle where I can receive Waddle. I would trade Stevenson for Waddle personally. And also at the same time, here, I think I can make an argument to have Kenneth Walker straight up. Actually, I don't want to say I could have Kenneth Walker straight up, but I think you go ahead. I think you go with Kenneth Walker and Jaden Reed if you needed help at running back. I mean, Kenneth Walker here, I don't view as an RB2. I view Kenneth Walker as a mid RB1. And then obviously Jaden Reed has demonstrated a ton of upside as well here for the long term. So I think that this is a very fair price point. You're definitely giving up the best player in the deal, but I do think you're getting another very strong asset in return with Walker. So I don't think you're getting like it's like we're trading Tyreek for Ramondre Stevenson and a Jaden Reed. Now, Apunt coming out with our next question. This is going to be a start sit. We're looking at McMillan or Rico Dowdle. So obviously, if Tracy plays, we go Tracy. If he does not, I think you will go with Rico Dowdle. My expectation is that Dowdle comes in. He is the starting running back here for this Dallas Cowboys team. I don't think what they had from Dalvin or Zeke was inspiring at all last week. And this should be an extremely high-scoring game environment where sportsbooks currently are making it project out to be the highest-scoring game in the NFL this week with, I think, an over-under of 53.5 points. So, yeah, I think you want to start as many Dallas and Falcons guys as you can. Elias coming out says non-PPR, lots of moves made and lots of options. I'm going to go with Goff over Baker Mayfield kind of easily here. If you look at sportsbooks, they are projecting out the Bucs to be a bottom 5 offense this week in a tough matchup against the Chiefs. We're going to go with McBride over Kate Otten, even though it does pain me. And then down in the flex, we are going to roll with Devonta Smith. I mean, obviously, Kate Otten looks so damn good that I think 99% of the time, 99% of the rosters should be looking to play him. This is like the one scenario where maybe not. Now, Killanova coming out says, was the number 1 team 4-0. We lost Rice, Nico, Cup, Jamison, McCaffrey. 4-4 with no lineup. Dear God. With that being said, I think you're going to go with CMC and Nico Collins. Like, in my mind, I think if you had all these injuries, I completely understand it making sense for you to go out there and for you to trade away these injured guys earlier in the year to make sure we didn't lose 4 games straight. But for me, it's like, oh, okay, we had these injuries. We lost 4 games straight, and then right before our players came back in, we went through and we sold them. So I don't know if that's the move here. In my mind, I think you're probably way better off just saying, okay, well, we've already gone through 3 weeks with no Nico. What's another 3 weeks? What's another 1 week? We've already gone through 8 weeks with no McCaffrey. What's another 1 week? Maybe this would be different if you were 3-5, then yeah. But no, I think you hold on to McCaffrey and Nico here. Now, Nelson coming out says, I'm also grabbing Waddle off the waiver wire. That's insane. A running back, insane in that I can't believe he's out there. We're going to go Chase Brown. I think Spears plays. Also, this is a spot in which Pollard is banged up. Down in the flex, we will go with Chris Olave. Absolute perfect matchup. And yeah, I mean, if you could drop either Ricky Pearsall or Jalen McMillan and go pick up Jalen Waddle, it'd be an absolute no-brainer. Now, Cozy Chow coming out says, trade Wilson and Jackson for Walker, Burrow, and Kupp. Okay. Lamar to Burrow, clear downgrade. Wilson to Walker, clear up. I mean, Wilson to Kupp, clear upgrade. We're getting Walker for the Lamar side. So, yeah, I think you go ahead. I think you make this deal for Kenneth Walker. Because, I mean, if you justify it as in, like, okay, I'd rather have Kupp over Garrett Wilson rest of season than we're trading Lamar Jackson for Kenneth Walker and Joe Burrow. I think you can make an argument to have Kenneth Walker ahead of Lamar rest of season here. So, yeah, I think I would make that move. Now, let me refresh this and see if we have how many more we have in this stream. Okay, we're rolling. This next one coming out for a long-time member of the flock with Ben's Mafia. My guy, really do appreciate you. Going to be extremely excited to check this out. Says Mason, 7-1, feeling good about the team at the moment. Little concerned at running back, but I think I'll be okay. What are your thoughts? Any moves I should be looking to make? Getting a lot of offers for Nico, but turning them down. A best offer I received was Kupp and Brees for Nico Collins. Also, I signed up on Underdog using your code. Much love, my guy. I really do appreciate you. And yeah, again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock for so damn long. Let me hook you up with both a free trade question as well as a free start sit question here too. But anyway, looking at this, Kupp and Brees for Nico. We are currently the number 1 team in this league analyzer. It is a 7-1 roster. I hate to say it because you are like the exact team where it makes the most sense for, you to just hold on to Nico Collins. We are a playoff team. We are a juggernaut. We are just thinking for the upside in weeks 15, 16, 17. But with that being said, it's such a good price for Nico Collins. You're pivoting off of Nico for a mid RB1 and a low-end wide receiver 1. So, yeah, I think you have to sell Nico for Brees and Kupp, to be honest. But anyway, looking at quarterback, we're rolling with Allen and Dak. Obviously, when we have Allen, you don't need to roster 2 quarterbacks weekly. But with that being said, I mean, Dak Prescott can cover the bye week in week 12, so completely fine with it. Going over to running back, it does look like Tank Bigsby is sitting out there on the waiver wire. So for me, I think I would pretty easily go ahead and bench Isaac Guerendo, or not bench. I would drop Isaac Guerendo and I'd pick up Tank Bigsby instead. I mean, 1, obviously Bigsby's been way more viable so far this season. And 2, you do have the outside chance that, I mean, if you were to get a Travis Etienne trade, then Bigsby could turn into an every week starter here and he could just pop in value. You could potentially just look to sell him high. I'm going over to wide receiver. I mean, but also at running back, we have Brees and, I mean, we just have so much freaking production at RB. With Brees, CMC, Aaron Jones rest of the season. And then going over to wide receiver, we'll have Chase, Kupp, London. So presumably 3 wide receiver 1s. It's a 2 wide receiver 1 flex format. We even have Dell, Rome. So, I mean, what I would do is, what can we do? If you could potentially try to pivot off of, say, Tank Dell, I mean, with the expectations that you're going to go through and you're going to make that deal where we bring in both Brees and Cup, and all of a sudden we just have so much depth where there's like never a concern that we don't have a player we're excited about in the starting lineup. I think it would just make a ton of sense for you to go ahead and look to sell Dell and Aaron Jones in a 2-for-1 deal and try to get whatever the best running back you can in return is. Obviously, much easier said than done, but I mean, realistically speaking, this is already the strongest team in the league. That Nico Collins deal is about to make it even stronger. We're 7-1 for a reason. So I think that there is not a ton that I could try to do with this. I mean, I really appreciate you. You have by far and away the best team in the league. I did hook you up with that free start sit question and that free trade question, but I do want to reiterate, we make that deal. You go ahead, you get the combo of both Cooper Kupp and Brees Hall. On top of that, we are going to be cutting Garindo. We're going to be picking up Tank Bigsby. And we're going to be rolling through rest of season like that, my guy. But really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. And again, thank you for sticking with us for so long now. Now, moving over to this next question coming out from BZ Young. This is Higgins and Hopkins versus Stevenson and Reed. Higgins to Reed, lateral move up to you. Hopkins to Stevenson. I'd probably rather have Stevenson. I mean, if you can wait for us to get, say, Jordan Love back in Green Bay, I definitely think that this is a very fair price point to go out there and pay for Stevenson and Reed. Now, Gould coming out with our next question says, pretty thin at running back in depth. We have Love for the stack. Yeah, not close. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take H-An here. I mean, particularly in a full PPR format, I know H-An's still on the rookie deal. I mean, second player. This is somebody that can hold on to value for a long time now. I mean, for a long time in the future. I think you keep the best asset here in H-N, especially in a 10-team league. Now, Swerve Hasty coming out with a start-sit question. Here in the flex, obviously, Ladd just had the big-time pop, but I do think you're going to play Tank Dell. Now, of course, since Dell plays on Thursday night, you don't want to actually put him in the flex, put him at wide receiver, and then move Malik Neighbors down to the flex spot. I think you would go with Kmet over Andrews with the matchup this week for Baltimore. But yeah, I think just Dell's going to be an extremely strong play when you're sitting here with no Nico and no Diggs, of course. Now, Tix Radar coming out with a trade question. Out here all the time. Really appreciate you. Let me hook you up with a free trade question. That way, next one you send in is on the house, my guy. I can already tell you what we're doing before we even read the message. We're going with Olave. But it says Pickens at Shakir, wide receiver 4, wide receiver 5. We have Collins, London, Debo, Waddle, and need IR space. We have Stroud, Love. Should we stream Stafford? Probably. But the thing is, do you want to roster 3 quarterbacks? I mean, I would rather have Stafford over those guys this week, but it's like, who do you have to drop? And then Pat or Jonnu for week 10. Oh, dear God. I'd probably go Pat over Jonnu in week 10, but it's not super easy. And yeah, I mean, especially if you needed space and these guys are wide receivers 4 and 5, it's a no-brainer. Go get Chris Olave. And if you were going to pay for Olave, I mean, you kind of have to do it right now before you end up with the absolute blow-up against the Carolina Panthers. Now, Greg coming out with our next question. This is Terry versus Jaden Daniels. I just rather have Jaden Daniels. Especially, actually, I don't even know if the league settings here are correct. The team's not linked. But for me, I think it would be easier to find wide receiver production that is closer to what you're going to get from Terry McLaurin off the waiver wire. Whereas when you're looking at these elite quarterbacks that give you a ridiculous amount of rushing upside at the same time, like it's going to be extremely difficult to replace the kind of production that you're getting from Jaden Daniels. Extremely difficult. Now, our next question coming out from Cory. This is a free Underdog team review. Says, I'm currently 5-3. Not really sure what I should be looking for going forward. Okay, so we are right now Cory's choice team. We are currently third in the league analyzer. There are about 3 juggernaut teams here, and then you do have the fall off to the rest of the league. We are currently 5-3. The other teams are 8-0 and 5-3 as well. We are sitting at quarterback with Lamar and Darnold. So obviously when we have Lamar, this is a quarterback that you're able to start every single week regardless of the matchup. I'm not going to fault you at all for rostering 2 quarterbacks. However, considering the fact that Lamar still has the week 14 bye, so you can go through and you play Darnold in week 14 if you really wanted to. But honestly, for me, if it was my team, like we can see Caleb's out there on the waiver wire, I think I would just say, well, I can roll with 1 quarterback. I'll pick up Braylon Allen and see if Brees goes down and then Braylon Allen turns into a league winner. So if you wanted to roster 2 QBs, I wouldn't fault you for it at all. Definitely not something that you have to do. Now going over to running back, we're rolling with Gibbs, James Cook. So we have a high-end RB1 that we can start every single week regardless of what the matchup is. We are also sitting with that RB2 that is an extremely strong play. Jonathan Brooks coming back in. So obviously with Brooks, this is a spot in which we're not going to be expecting him to make a massive difference because how bad the offense is, but it's definitely a lot better than not having him. So we have plenty of running back depth. It's a league in which you can start 4 wide receivers weekly. So the wide receiver depth and the running back depth in general does matter. A wide receiver, we're going to get Nico Collins in the long term. So presumably we have 2 top 10 wide receivers in the long term here with Nico as well as Tyreek. We have Jaden Reed, Zay Flowers, Jerry Jeudy, Leggett, and Lockett. At this point, to be honest with you, I just don't see the upside that we have with Lockett. I mean, in best ball drafts, I could see Lockett just randomly popping off, but for us to be able to project him as a starter and get him into our starting lineup, I mean, I think it's almost an impossible task to the point where I would drop Lockett, prioritize a running back depth piece off the waiver wires, such as Braylon Allen or Ray Davis, or if the starter were to go down in front of him, they do turn into that league winner. Or maybe you go over to wide receiver and we can say, oh, okay, well, maybe Jalen McMillan, the rookie receiver that just ran the most routes in a Baker Mayfield offense, maybe he's somebody that actually can turn into a viable option. So I think you could drop Lockett for McMillan or drop Lockett for Braylon Allen. Going over to tight end, we have Kincaid and Goddard. Obviously, we're fine here at tight ends. It's not the strongest position, of course, for us, but it's not like an issue. If it was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I'd be a lot more confident in saying that we should go out there and we should make a trade to upgrade it. Here in this kind of format where the wide receiver depth maybe matters a little bit more, it could be a little bit tougher to justify paying for that true elite level tight ends. But I mean, if there was a reasonable price tag where we could send Chase Brown and Dalton Kincaid to go get to a tight end that you are excited about, I think that is a move you could look to make. But I mean, we are sitting here with an absolute phenomenal team. I think we make the waiver wire pivot. And if you could send like Flowers and Kincaid and go get Kelsey, go get McBride, go get Bowers, go get Kittle, I mean, we would do it. But just much easier said than done. And then outside of that, I think you have a very well-balanced roster that's kind of already optimized for your format in particular, my guy. But I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. Now let's move this over to our next question. This was coming out from Eric Isle. Here at running back, we are locking in Montgomery every single week, of course. Going over to wide receiver, Olave is a must start this week against Carolina with Carr back in. We're going to go with Evan Ingram over Kraft with the injuries that we have in Jacksonville. And then we are also going to be going with probably Devonta. I have no idea for the flex. It's either Smith or Hunt. The Bucs defense has been garbage. There's a massive spread in the game. It's a full PBR format. We'll go with Devonta Smith. Don't feel super comfortable with it, to be honest. But I mean, it is a really good matchup here going up against Jacksonville. Now, our next question coming out from Dylan with a massive dono says, I need help on any changes I should make or what we should do with this team. I traded away Jacobs and Dobbins for JT. This is a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So that's a great move. And let me hook you up with both a free trade question as well as a free start sit question here, my guy, just in case there is anything else that you want followed up with this team. But this is the 3rd team in the league analyzer. There is that juggernaut team at the very top that it will be a little bit tougher to take down. But we are sitting here in a 10-team league where you start 2 receivers in a flex. So the wide receiver depth isn't going to be the highest priority. And instead, we are prioritizing the ability to go out there and potentially roll with what we have at quarterback, the high-end wide receivers, and the running back position, of course. So here at quarterback, we have Caleb and Tua, 2 guys that we can play the matchups between. I would say that we definitely needed to go through and make a trade here at QB. But the thing is, we get lucky. Kyler Murray's out there on the waiver wire. So given the rushing upside that you have with Kyler, assuming that this is a 4-point passing touchdown league, I mean, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to cut Tua, and I'm going to pick up Kyler and go for the QB that has the rushing upside. Relatively easy. I think I'll make the team a lot better just right away for free. Going over to what we have at running back, we're rolling with Kenneth Walker, a running back that I would project as a mid RB1 rest of season that I'm extremely excited about. You said we just traded Jacobs and Dobbins for JT. So we have 2 RB1s rest of season. We have Jonathan Brooks, Rico Dowdle as quality depth pieces. It's a league in which you only start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. I think that's going to make the team a lot better as well. So effectively, we have Walker, JT, Brooks, and Dowdle. Love to see it. We have 2 top 10 wide receivers with Chase Neighbors. We have JSN, Keon, Jennings, Sutton. Looking at what you could potentially do, I think Shakir is a much better play, just in a much better offense than what you have with Cortland Sutton. I know Sutton obviously gives you the big week this past week in a beautiful matchup against Carolina. But fundamentally, if you look at Sutton, still he is, from a points per game perspective, a wide receiver 5 this season. So I think I would pivot from Sutton to Shakir off the waiver wire. Honestly, I kind of want to, and then we will have an open roster spot as well. Because when we go through and when we made that 2-for-1 deal to get JT, we should have opened a roster spot where we could pick up Raheem Mostert for free. So just let's recap how this team's changed so far. We are going to cut Tua and we're going to pick up Kyler. We traded Jacobs and Dobbins for JT. With that open roster spot, we pick up Raheem Mostert. We cut Cortland Sutton and we pick up Khalil Shakir. And then at that point, I think you could explore the possibility of potentially going through and trading away maybe Keon Coleman and a 2-for-1 deal to go get an upgrade at tight ends. Where if you could potentially take Keon and Tucker Kraft, where Kraft obviously has been a touchdown scoring machine as of late, but realistically speaking, going into the future, I don't think he's going to continue to score a touchdown on every one of his 5 targets. And a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I do think it would make a lot of sense to just go out there and get that upgrade at the tight end position. Just because the wide receiver depth wouldn't matter. And obviously, if we could sell JSN for it, we would. Just whoever they'd be interested in when we have the top 2 receivers. I think it's a clear no-brainer for us. But love the JT trade. I think those waiver wire moves to make are extremely easy. And then if there is another trade we want to do on top of it, is that one to upgrade the tight end position. But again, I do want to reiterate, if you have anything else that you want to send over my direction, don't hesitate. I hooked you up with the free start sit question. I hooked you up with the free trade question as well. I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. And yeah, of course, thank you so much. Now let's move this over to Timid Nose. Appreciate you, my guy. Let me hook you up with a free trade question as well. That way, next time you send in something, doesn't cost you anything. Says, hey, Mason, what do you think of Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown / Pitts for Saquon, Wilson, and Kraft? Thanks. So A.J. Brown to Saquon upgrade, Pitts to Kraft downgrade, Hurts to Wilson slight downgrade. This is a league where it does appear that wide receiver depth maybe matters a little bit more. So I'm viewing it A.J. Brown to Barkley, downgrade. Hurts to Wilson. I'm sorry, A.J. Brown to Barkley, upgrade. Hurts to Wilson, downgrade. Pitts to Kraft, downgrade. It is an extremely close deal. One with your personal, honestly, kind of your personal preference. If I was going to do it, I would try to remove the tight ends from it. I'd rather have Pitts than Kraft rest of season. Just because, like I said, one, you have the injury to Love. Two, you have the unsustainable touchdown rate for Kraft. And you have the additional target competition, obviously, with so many receivers in Green Bay. But it is an extremely close deal. One that I do think is up to you. If you had another quarterback that was very exciting, I could see being more excited about it. Mavium says also any changes with playoffs in mind. So here we're going to go with Lamar over Love. You could trade Love with somebody for an upgrade elsewhere. I think it makes a lot of sense. We're going to go Henry and Walker. This is a great team. Wide receiver, we're going to go Jefferson, Chase. Okay, so this is an absurd. This is a 6-team league, right? Tight end, we have, okay, so if it's a 6-team league and we're sitting here in the flex and having to decide between Taylor, Connor, Neighbors, Wilson, we're going to go with Taylor, but you need to turn around. You need to sell Garrett Wilson and Laporta and go get an elite tight end. Like 6-team league, everybody's going to be extremely strong at wide receiver and running back. One of the few ways that you can make your team stand out is by having the elite tight end option. Now, DB coming out with our next question says, one of the flexes is super flex and Goff is available. No, we'll go ahead and we'll play Goff here relatively easily. So we'll leave one spot open. And the other slot, I think we are going to go with Kareem Hunt. Obviously, with Hunt, you get the guaranteed touches. It's not the easiest thing in the world, but I mean, you do have a spread in this game like 8.5 points. And obviously, the Bucs defense has been horrendous. Now, JC Giac coming out with our next question. Here, running back, we're going to go ahead. We're going to jam in Aaron Jones. Wide receiver, you play Garrett Wilson and Josh Downs. And tight end, McBride. So I'm trying to think if there's anything to even talk about here. I mean, I guess Brian Robinson versus Jones. My thing is Aaron Jones, one, is a great matchup. And Aaron Jones also has the receiving usage as well. So for me, that's what makes me excited about Aaron Jones. Okay, so going over to our next question. Rick No Morty coming out with our next one. Here we need a flex. Here with this flex, it's Tracy, Bucky, Waddle, Tillman, Coleman, Jameson, and Hopkins. If Tracy plays, you go Tracy. If he doesn't, you play Waddle. I'm really hoping that we get an improvement here from Waddle in this Dolphins offense. The reality is it doesn't look like that is a guarantee right now, which is a little bit frustrating. I think his underdog pick'em's literally like higher, lower 49 and half receiving yards. And sportsbooks are telling us that this actually shouldn't be a great Dolphins offense, where I think they are 8-point dogs this week. But right now, we're going to go through and we're going to get through all the trade questions and start sit questions. It's getting pretty late. It's 1:30. So I want to make sure we can get to these in a timely manner. And now that the World Series is over, we should be able to start these live streams a lot earlier as well. But looking at this, as first time playing Dynasty, wanted a win now move. This is a very fair price point. You're selling, effectively, Garendo's worth nothing. The third's worth nothing. We're selling a first round pick for Tyreek Hill in a Dynasty league. 100% you can go ahead and make that move if you want to win now. 086 coming out says 7-1 starting Mixon already plus bad matchup for Dell. A run heavy game versus the Jets. I also am versus Stroud this week. So I honestly don't think it matters. I think you just go ahead. I think you play Tank Dell. I think you're overthinking it a bit here, to be honest. You have efficient quarterback play. You have a game where the Texans are dogs, so it's not like they should be able to just run the ball over and over and over again. And you have nobody else in this offense outside of what you are going to get with Tank Dell. So for me, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Dell here. Now moving over to our next question. So it's coming out from Dominique. Says, I get Aaron home and Debo. Yeah, I'd way rather have Debo Samuel over Darnell Mooney. I'd way rather have Aaron Jones over Najee Harris. So it's an absolute no-brainer deal. I mean, I don't even think twice about it. Now, next question coming out from Cade Smith. Here we send Walker for Dobbins and Devonta Smith. It's an interesting trade. It's a 12-team league. Wide receiver, we have Thomas, Olave, Terry, JSN, Leggett. So then we go with Kenneth Walker. I mean, it is a little bit of a closer deal, though, but still Kenneth Walker, by far and away the best player in this. Still should project out to be an RB1 with confidence rest of season here. Now, on Nurky says, is CMC will get in shape before the fantasy playoffs? So expectations are that CMC is back this week. And with those expectations, I would assume that you're able to start him. Do I think he's going to be the number one overall running back in the fantasy football playoffs? Probably not. Do I think he's going to be the number one guy by leaps and bounds as he has been in the past whenever he's healthy? Maybe not. Does he have the upside? Yeah. So obviously I have no idea, but everything I'm reading saying McCaffrey's going to be back this week, and I would plan on starting him. Balla Boy says, need a win this week. Does no love affect Jacobs? No love does affect Jacobs negatively. And we start Achane. And if you have no love, I think I'd go Connor over Jacobs in a good matchup. I'm sorry. Let me take that back. I was thinking he was playing Miami again. It's a little late. Wide receiver, we're going to go Jefferson, A.J. Brown. I still start him, but I want to refrain from saying in a good matchup. Then we're going to go Kincaid over Hunter Henry. Should be a horrible offense here in New England this week. And then for our last spot, it's tough. I think we still probably end up going with Josh Jacobs. But it's a really bad matchup against the Lions, of course. And if you do have no Jordan Love, the offense should be worse. Now, Skip Pala says, might trade away Adams before tomorrow, but we'll see. Titans a toss-up, but Kittle's on bye. Okay. I'll go Hawkinson if Love misses. Wide receiver, we're going to go with Lamb. And if you trade away Adams, you need another receiver. Our wide receiver room's not good outside of that. We're going to go with the Detroit running backs. In the running back slots, we'll go James Conner in the flex. And then, yeah, if you are trading away Devontae Adams, you definitely need to be getting another wide receiver in. Now, MTC says, not sure Harrison Olave Neighbors hunt downs. You need to get Neighbors in, 100%. Full PPR format. Matchup should be better for Neighbors in this offense this week than it was last week. Like, I didn't really draft Neighbors at all. He was going in round 2 of underdog drafts. The historical data tells us that wide receivers in bad offenses aren't great. I thought this Giants offense was going to be horrendous. Sportsbooks were telling us it's going to be the 4th worst offense in the league. And I faded Malik Neighbors in round 2 of underdog drafts. So I really hope Neighbors doesn't do anything. But Neighbors right now, I believe, leading the NFL in targets per game. Like, there's no world in which you can bench Malik Neighbors here. And then you can't bench Olave in a phenomenal matchup either, going up against Carolina. Now, InBait coming out with our next question says, TradeMate really wants Otten plus Devonta Smith for a fair counter question mark. Needs to not get vetoed. Also worried about my flex. Oh, this is easily Kenneth Walker. I think, like, is this what he offered you? I'm not countering this. I'm just accepting it. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, so you can backfill with options off the waiver wire. I mean, if you're worried about it getting vetoed, as if your league mates are going to hate you getting Kenneth Walker, so you're saying you have to give him a crap piece? Just throw him back the pieces that you would drop? Actually, no, never mind. We're looking at that backwards. I mean, throw him in Jerry Jeudy. Just give him another crap name. Maybe it clouds it up a bit. But yeah, no, this is the Kenneth Walker side easily. Now, Killer Kelsey says, do I go with Bo at quarterback? I also need help with the flex. No, you're not going to go Bo at QB. I'd rather not go Stroud either. I'd rather stream. I would rather drop Bo Nix, pick up somebody else. I know, obviously, if you were looking at what you have with Nix, over the past 2 weeks, he's been phenomenal. I mean, Bo Nix right now at QB9 in fantasy points this season. But realistically speaking, going into the future here, the expectation should be, at least in my mind, that we see some serious regression. That's what sportsbooks are saying with this Denver Broncos offense. Right now, they are projected out to be a bottom 5 offense in the NFL this week. You have a spread in this game like 8-9 points. So I'd rather go with a streamer, to be honest. And then going down to the flex, we're going to go with Tank Dell. But since Dell plays on Thursday, don't put him at the flex. Put him at wide receiver and then just throw Tyreek Hill in the flex just in case something happens. Now, two Sean's coming out and says London versus Cup and Kraft. I have London Cup ranked back-to-back, so I'm going to go with the Kraft side. I don't love Kraft. I think Kraft's going to see some serious touchdown regression. But at the same time, it's a very fair price point to make the move. Now, Ouchie says 3-4, and we don't know what to do. London versus Brees Hall. You trade for Brees Hall here. I mean, running back, we had Jordan Mason, who no longer looks viable. So, yeah, running back, you have absolutely nothing at this point. At least not for this week. Looks like we're rolling out Devin Singletary and like Zach Moss. So 100% trade London for Brees Hall. No brainer for me. I don't know how you're 3-4 either. Ted Lasso says thoughts on starting Hawkinson and who to drop. I would drop Andrews. And yeah, I'd start. I mean, I think you could start Hawkinson. You could go with Komet as well. I mean, Andrews, you're in a spot in which the touchdowns have been there, so the fantasy points have looked good, but the underlying target volume hasn't. And the target volume is going to be even less consistent now that you get Deontay Johnson coming in. So I don't really see much upside for Mark Andrews going into the future, to be honest. Now, Mr. Filthy Wubbs coming out says, drop Chase Brown for Jonathan Brooks in an 8-team league. I want it just because with Brooks, you're kind of hoping he has a similar workload to Chase Brown, where he sees maybe 60% of the backfield touches. I do think Jonathan Brooks is a more talented running back than Chase Brown, but Brown's just in so much of a better offense that it just simply doesn't matter. Now, Jimbo Slice says, would you trade away Chubb for ETN? No, I wouldn't. I mean, maybe if it was a Dynasty league, then sure, but you have some hope in this offense in Cleveland. It's not like the Jags offense, the Jags are so much better than the Browns at this point with Jameis under center. While at the same time, I mean, Etienne's not healthy. Even if he comes back, he's split in the backfield with Bigsby. I think Bigsby's more talented than any other running back outside of Nick Chubb in Cleveland. Now, Richie Rich is trading Deontay for Pittman. I have Deontay Johnson ranked 3 slots higher. I have them relatively close. If you wanted to take Deontay Johnson and trade him, you could be looking at Josh Downs instead, where it does appear at this point that Downs is probably the easy projection as the wide receiver 1 in Indy. Now, Twister T says, not true to start in the flex spots. My favorite play to get in would be J.K. Dobbins. I would go with Dobbins or Brian Robinson over Ladd McConkey. Like, I have Ladd McConkey in the Flock League, and I'm sadly going to go ahead and bench him this week as well. Like, obviously, last week's phenomenal. You get the 29 fantasy points, but he did it off of 6 targets. So I do think it's very difficult to project that out going into the future, to be honest. Now, Ben Dog coming out with our next question. Here at running back, we're going to go ahead. We're going to be jamming in James Conner, Aaron Jones with relative ease. For the wide receiver slots, this is tough. I think we go Hopkins, expecting him to expand his role, but we do have him in the same tier in the rankings this week as Pittman and Myers. Actually, I think we may have, yeah. You know what? I think, dear God. If you were going to pivot to somebody instead of Hopkins, I think it would be Jacoby Myers. Johnski, happy to see us. Says, sup, Mason? My running back 2 is cooked. Who would you suggest to trade for it in an RB2? I don't know. We put out the Bilo video. My God. For this team in particular, at running back, I agree that we're cooked. In terms of who we're starting this week, we probably start Singletary. Tracy doesn't play. Wide receiver, we're going to go ahead. We're going to jam in Smith. And then the flex spot, I think you're going to be putting in either Devontae Adams or Marvin Harrison Jr. I'd probably roll with Adams, but since he plays on Thursday, you put him in at wide receiver 2 and you move Harrison down into the flex. Now, Will coming out with a start sit question. Here at wide receiver, we are going to go ahead and we are going to be putting in Olave in a phenomenal matchup. And I personally, in a full PPR format, would probably start Smith over Hunt. I mean, we have seen every week besides 1 week this year, Smith at least eclipse 15 fantasy points. And most weeks going for 20. Now, old boy coming out of the trade question says, running back, we have Montgomery, Dobbins, Blake Corum, Jordan Mason. Wide receiver, we have Amon-Ra, London, Kupp, Wilson, Keon Pearsall. Should we trade Kupp for Aaron Jones? I would rather, if we were trading for a running back, I'd rather do this one. I do think that if you're going to make this deal, I would want to get a running back in return. It's like, if I'm going to be honest, I think the value is, actually, the value may even be on the Kyron side. I do want to be on record. I think Dobbins is very exciting rest of season here. I mean, if you're looking at Dobbins, it's a running back that you can now comfortably project to, see 20-plus opportunities a game in an offense that is starting to move the ball down the field with aggression. I mean, they are also letting Herbert throw it a little more as well. Which if Dobbins, 2 weeks ago had 7 targets. So Dobbins is exciting. Kyren Williams is just a different level, of course. So I think you can go for Kyren. But hang on a rope coming out. This James Cook, Jaden Reed versus Nico and Sam Laporta. I think it's very much dependent on your team. Running back, we have Brian Robinson, Tony Pollard, Nick Chubb, Bucky Irving, James Conner. So we have plenty of running back depth. We have plenty of depth in general. I think you can go ahead and go for the best player with Nico Collins, under the assumption that you are a playoff team. If you're 3-5 here, you have no business making this deal. Now, Nicholas coming out. This is Brian Robinson, Jamar Chase versus Kenneth Walker, A.J. Brown. Chase versus A.J. Brown, slight downgrade. Brian Robinson to Kenneth Walker, massive upgrade. I have Jamar Chase in the Flock League. I would love to make this deal. Another thing to think about as well is you're going to get the extra game from A.J. Brown in comparison to Chase, where Chase is off to go through the bye in week 12. Now, Khalil coming out with our next question. Here at wide receiver, we are going to go ahead and jam in Devontae Adams over Jalen Waddle. And then for the flex, it sucks. I still go Waddle over McBride. Obviously, McBride does appear to be a locked and loaded top 3 tight end every single week going into the future. It's actually crazy is McBride's tight end 3 right now in fantasy points, missing a week with a concussion. And McBride has not scored a single touchdown all year. Like going into the future, there should be a much better spot with McBride once we get some positive touchdown regression. Now, let me refresh this. Eula coming out with a start sit. And let me see. Can we add the teams in here? Okay, so there are 5 teams we need to get to. Eula coming out with a start sit here at running back. We are going to go ahead. We are going to be jamming in Dobbins. Wide receiver, we go with Olave. And then for the flex, if DK plays, you're going to go with DK Metcalf. If DK doesn't, I probably go with, oh my gosh. Swift Harrison will be tough. Obviously, in the same game environment, the Cort. I'd probably go with Harrison. It's close, though. Who do we have at tight end? Just Kraft. I would look for possibly a pivot from Kraft if Love were to miss. But I know we have 5 team reviews that we still have to get through. I promise you they'll be the first ones that we look at in the live stream tomorrow morning. So, or not tomorrow morning. We'll be live streaming at about 2. Even if you can't make the live stream, you're going to be sent the team review through the site with the custom link of the exact time that we reviewed your team tomorrow. I'm very sorry. I know we had to leave like 4 team reviews for today from yesterday that pushed us back. We've been live for over 4 hours. It's about to be 3 a.m. Eastern. It's 2 a.m. where I'm at. And your boy has a lot to do tomorrow. We got to do the live stream before the game, after the game, record 2 videos. So I'm sorry, we're probably going to be cutting it here. I promise you we'll get to all those free Underdog team reviews right at the beginning of tomorrow's stream. But I really appreciate you. I'm really excited for you to see our Halloween costume tomorrow in the videos. And maybe we'll wear it in the live stream too. But much love. Congrats. If you are a Dodgers fan, I was rooting for the Dodgers. I'm actually going to be in LA during the offseason this year, which I'm a little excited about. Never been before. But congrats, Dodgers fans. Much love. If you stayed up with me this late, you're a sicko. But I love you for it. And I really hope I get to see you out in the live stream tomorrow.